How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Am I keeping... I'll keep boosting. Right. Welcome in, boys and girls. Starting a little bit earlier this morning. I'm up. Coffee was cooked. Brewed. I don't like the word brewed. It's a funny word. Hey, all finally here for the start. Nice to see you back. Where are you playing? Are you actually playing WoW, like, somewhat actively at the moment again? I know you took some time off. Understandable. Have we sold anything? That's the big question. Probably not. I don't think I did a single cancel scan yesterday. We didn't stream yesterday, but I did get caught up on some stuff. You'll notice over the next couple of days. Some highlights, at least, on the YouTube channel. It's a weird time due to the fact that we don't seem to be getting PTR updates quite as regularly as I'd like to, and I don't know what it is. But I'm kind of I'm desperately trying to avoid putting out information to then only have to put out corrective information a few days later, which is really meaning that I don't know if it's procrastinating or whether it's just being sensible in terms of keeping the PTR content to a minimum at the moment. Because it frustrates me greatly having to going out there telling people things and then only having to tell people something different a few days later. It doesn't feel like I'm doing a good job when I have to do that. Now, I know it's not entirely my fault because Blizzard changed things and it's the PTR and that's kind of the point, but really feels like some profession stuff still needs balancing. Yeah, I'm absolutely convinced that we haven't had a material balance, and I'm also convinced we haven't had everything that they have to offer as far as professions are concerned. It's going to be incredibly surprising if we don't get at least like some new potions or flasks or something, because we've had that every expansion. We've always had a second tier 2 of like crafted stuff towards the end of the expansion. If they just ignore that completely, then it's a bit of a kicking dirt in your face, really, for those that enjoy this aspect of the game. But we'll see. We can still hope. It's still probable that the PTRs are. Or at least the 9.2 launch is still a couple of weeks away, I'd imagine. So it's fine. We'll get something, I'm sure. Back for a few weeks. Going to be busy with work again in April, May. So making hay whilst the sun shines. Yeah, that's kind of. Oh my God! Look at the price of this Phaedra. I'm also in that same sort of mentality. I want to have as big of a 9.2 as I can. I want to go pretty hardcore at the beginning of 9.2. Try and cash in on the new Crafter's Mark gear and the new Legos as quick as I can, as aggressively as I can. To then allow me the ability to sit back and just, basically switch off retail. Or at least switch off gold making in retail. We'll probably switch focus to, all the things side of stuff, collecting all of the Shadowlands. I mean, there are so many pets and mounts and toys and transmog appearances and all sorts of stuff in this expansion. While it gets a bit of a battering for the gameplay side of things, the collectors out there should be having a field day right now, because there's so much stuff to just collect and pick up, but. I liked Lazy's description of it from his podcast last night, describing 9.2 goal making is likely to be about as bursty as we've ever seen. That's a good way to describe it, sure. I don't think it's. I don't think it's quite as bursty as we've ever seen, but it is definitely true. We are going to, at least the way that it appears to be paced right now, we're going to get both Crafter's Marks on the same day. People are going to hit Honoured, and they're going to get access to both Crafter's Marks straight away, which is going to be a huge zerg of not only people buying crafting materials, like in stupid quantities, But equally, you know, like just everything will get hoovered up on one day. Legos, I think, are going to be a little bit more paced, but it's still also true that, yes, on that day when everybody can complete the campaign and get access to the rank 7s. Now, what I think might make a significant difference this time round is I think people are going to have the resources and the ability to craft or upgrade into a rank 7 the second that they become available. In past patches with the legendaries, in patch 9.1 and in patch 9.0, there was this weird delay period. People had access to, like, we were crafting tier 4 legendaries on like day 1 of the expansion, yet nobody could actually use them for like 4 weeks. This time it looks like people will probably have, in fact I'd put money on people having enough Soul Cinders, not Soul Cinders, Cosmic Flux. They'll have enough Cosmic Flux to upgrade their legendary the very second they can get their hands on a rank 7 base item. Which might make that one day just bonkers crazy. It's going to be a race to get those, you know, to complete that chapter of the campaign, to prepare all the items you need for crafting, and then just to craft rank 7s and sell them like an absolute crazy person. And added to that, there's also the possibility that people might want 2 of them. There's not even the fact that people are going to want just the one and then they're going to upgrade, or they're going to craft a new one and they're done. There's a very strong chance that they'll be ready and waiting to buy 2 of them the second they become available. It's yeah, it could be very bursty. I mean, it's not going to be quite as ridiculous as Glyphmus. It's probably not going to be quite as ridiculous as, you know, first week Dark Moon cards. But generally speaking, it's going to be pretty monstrous. Looking into material requirements for everything and starting to hoard again. Well, the reason I've not looked too deep into the material requirements is because I don't think all of the patterns have been material balanced. It's not really too sensible, you know, looking at the current requirements for materials, because I have a 80% belief that they're going to change before it goes live. So don't know how many Korthite crystals to stock. Korthite crystals is a big one. That's it's a hot topic of conversation, it seems, at the moment. It's just, should I be? I mean, there are 2 camps of people. There are people that still don't understand quite why you might need to stock up on Korthite crystals in the first place. But even then, when you talk to the people that somewhat understand why you're going to need Korthite crystals still in 9.2, then the question becomes as well, at what price are they going to be valuable? And there is one possibility, a very unlikely possibility, but there is one possibility that would make the Korthite crystals almost worthless very quickly. And that is if the new Vestige of Eternal ends up being considerably cheaper than a Vestige of Origins. But I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. Requiring the Vestige of Eternal currently requires 2 Pog Essences, which is in the same situation as what we saw in patch 9.1 with Korthite crystals. They started off only needing 1 Korthite crystal, and then out of nowhere they upped it to 40. And that was on a material that was not really easily farmable. Pog Essences, although they are super duper rare, I've only ever found 1 on the PTR through some herbing and mining. They are farmable, by the way. I've only ever found 1 of them. But the point is if they come from herbs and they come from ore, they are farmable infinitely. Which means that you're going to see a steady supply of them, and not just in one big blast. It's not like today where we see a huge supply of Korthite crystals on a Wednesday and then just a drip feed throughout the rest of the week. these things are going to be hitting the auction house in quantity every single day. Meaning that I would not be surprised if they take it from needing, you know, at the moment, 2 of them is just farcical. I would like to see them upgrade the quantity of them that you need to something closer to that of what you need Korthite crystals. My other concern is that whoever gets the job of doing this at Blizzard will not understand how these things work properly. My concern is also that somebody at Blizzard will look at set and they'll say, right, you need 40 Korthite crystals. All right, you're going to need 80 Pog essences. Because, you know, it's a bigger, and that will just make things absolutely chaotic. But it's until the balance happens, you don't know what the right way of doing things is. This is the gold maker's conundrum. Raiders have to worry about, well, which class and which spec is going to sim best to gear into and to prepare their ults for. Us gold makers have to contemplate what the material balancing is going to be and which materials we're going to need and how many of them. Jewel crafting's looking super cheap relative to the others. If I remember right, this is going to test my memory well, isn't it? Jewel crafting seems to require 2 of each essence, which is nothing. You just prospect like a couple of stacks of Alethium. 2 essences each, 10 Pog ore. No, yeah, 10 Pog ore and 2 Pog essences is, I think, the combined total for a jewel crafting one. Which, yes, feels... I mean, 10 Pog ore literally is a druid going yoink and then putting it on the auction house. It could take somebody like 3 seconds to farm that up. Verse 40 Pog ore for the blacksmiths. Yeah, all of this makes me feel very, very confident that they've not been material balanced. And one day they'll come in and they'll just change all of the materials for everything. But until that happens, I'm not really looking into it too deep. Pog ore's used for a lot of crafts relative to the new materials. I think we might have an Argus situation with these materials, you know. I kind of feel that we might have was it Argus? I can't remember. The tail end of Legion, the new materials that came out in the end of Legion. The lights, I want to say light weave silk or something, and it began with an E and was purpley bluey coloured ore that I can't even remember the name of it. You know, we were excited for you'd be excited for new materials, and then what you'd actually realise is they were worth literally silver within a couple of weeks because they just weren't used. They were too easy to acquire and they weren't used in enough stuff. I worry that some of the new materials might go that route. Maybe 8 essences are worth more than the 30 ore. Yeah, it's really difficult to tell. Pog ore is used in 5 of the new optional reagents for crafting, and the Crafter's Mark IV for 3 professions, and the Mark of the First ones for 3 professions. It's going to be a good time to be a miner then. It's going to be a good time to be a miner. We'll jump on the PTR in a little bit. Now that we've unlocked flying on the PTR, it's far, far easier to zip about and bang out some daily quests and do a bit of farming and see what we can acquire and get a gauge for. There's one thing that I want to look into actually. There's a node on the Cypher tree which increases the drop rate of materials through gathering. Specifically, it's a real absolute goblin wet dream. I want to try and unlock that to see just how much of a difference it makes. Because that might be the difference between being able to get Pog ores like never and then being flooded with the damn things. But yeah, we'll see. We'll do a bit of testing. I wish this Phaedrum ore bot would either just really trash the prices or piss off. One of the two. I don't care. I've already bought way too much Phaedrum ore. I don't need any more. But for as long as this bot's kicking about, he's dumpstering the price by like a gold or two every day. And it's annoying me now. That feeling when a TSM alert of a 262 is actually just a 190. Hey, happens to the best of us. It appears that in 2 hours, literally everything expires. That's giving me a strong indication that I should just cancel everything and start again. That might be the more sensible way to do it. Yeah, it's the whole new sweep of materials just feels a bit weird. It feels a bit weird that there's new materials, yet there seems, at least in my eyes, there seems to be a real weird using for them. Like the herbs don't seem to go in anything. Like it's like why have a new herb if you then don't have a new, you know, potions and flasks that utilize it? It seems really odd. It's like they must have like 5 new alchemy recipes just ready to dump on the PTR, but I don't understand why they just haven't. It makes no sense when we've had the optional reagents, for example, were literally the very first thing that turned up on the PTR. Literally patch 0.01 had the optional reagents in. So they must have done. The other option is that they'd had those in their back pocket for a long time because they were working on those in the Shadowlands beta. That was maybe the fact that that sort of stuff hit the PTR quick was because it was already done months ago. Maybe that's why we're still waiting on actual profession-y stuff. Or, like I said, it could just entirely be wishful thinking and we're going to get fuck all. Who knows? Ends up being only for milling. I mean, if the new herb is genuinely only for milling, that's a really sad state of affairs. Because, I mean, scribes aren't really doing anything at the moment either. I mean, it might throw the missive market into disarray, but the missive market is literally a drop in the ocean. When people break it down to just how much profit they make per missive that they sell, they'd very quickly realise that it's a complete waste of their time, for the most part. Inscription is all about Dark Moon cards at the beginning. Once Dark Moon cards are done, it's game over. Unless they happen to have some, like, good... Like what we had in BFA, for example, where we had the... they made they were making trinkets or something, weren't they? Scribes. Those compendium thingy mabobs. I can't remember what they were called. But scribes don't seem to have a lot going for them right now, which in turn means why would you be milling herbs? But wow, profession's been in a sad state for years. Well, the light at the end of the tunnel is quite simple. They specifically hired somebody for the purpose of professions and rewards, which you would hope would bring some you know, some fresh ideas, some new creativity to professions. Obviously not straight away because everything takes time, but you would hope that going forward that we would see some creativity thrown their way rather than just copy paste from the past expansion with a few tweaks. BFA trinkets are still selling now, making like 1,000% profit on them. Nice. Missives are consistent and great to repost in small stacks. Yeah, I kind of see missives in a weird situation, right? They're priced of that of like a flask, but they're not a consumable. How many missives do people actually need on the regular? Because let's be honest, missives have always been too expensive to use with catch-up gear, but not really expensive enough to make you a lot of gold if you're selling them to people with Legos. Every Lego that sells needs 2. Yeah, but I'd rather sell that Lego than the 2 missives. But yeah, that falls back on the disparity between legendaries up here and then everything else. Why not both? Just more stuff to be posting and selling, honestly. Sure, post if you missives. I equally think is one of those things that you probably need to cancel scan on. I don't know. If you're just getting into it, if you're working your way up, yeah, sure, probably do both. But very quickly, at least in my eyes, the crafting and the selling of missives is definitely something I'd be dropping very quickly. It falls into the same category as potions for me. Takes way too much time to craft the things for not enough reward when you sell them. In a market that's likely to be hyper competitive in the first place. Best slots for missives actually have options that don't need missives, like rings and necks, which makes no sense. I suppose. Right, we're still stuck in cancel scan zone. I would jump onto Draenor and start checking Draenor at the same time, but I'm maybe let's just do it. Let's just do it. We can multitask. We can do 3 things at once. We can do 3 things at once. We can be running multiple auction houses whilst saying words, stringing words together in a coherent line, coherent order. And drinking coffee. Because coffee is life. Blacksmithing, leatherworking, jewel crafting, tailoring. Just pump out Legos on as many servers. Don't waste 3 on one server. Oh, I see. If you're doing kind of like what I'm doing on Draenor, just having the bare minimum you need to craft the things that you need. Yeah, I get it. Coffee is life indeed. That's ironic from Dwarf Beer. Welcome in though. Ex multi-boxer here. Extra characters are no issue. Well, yes, that's also true. If you've ever done any multi-boxing in your history, then having characters is usually not the problem. I tend to struggle having characters in the right places, though. But there are... I mean, technically, I'm kind of already, like, most of the way set up on... probably, I want to say 8 different realms. Additional to the ones that I publicly display here. Through my multi-boxing days, to where I would split characters up across many realms. If I was to revisit those realms, the problem is I never really put much thought or consideration into those realms when setting up my multi-boxing. I just made characters on random servers that had funny names. So some of them are probably completely dead, or some of them have been merged with somebody else or whatever, I don't really know, but... yeah, if you've ever done multi-boxing, having spare characters is usually not too much of a concern. You can usually... you'll usually find... have I literally got nothing on the auction house again? Oh, how do I do this? That's through 12-hour listings. Boo. Bought a crafted item for my bear which only had verse on it. How does that even work? Can you... you can only put different missives whilst crafting. Yeah, you can double stack the secondaries on crafted gear, but you have to do it in a very specific way. You have to put only one missive in a crafted item, and then you still have to recraft that item multiple times until you get lucky where you roll it, because the missive is going to guarantee verse, but verse can still randomly roll in the other. in the other option as well. So if you craft enough of them, you'll eventually get one that double stacks and gives you like double verse. We've done it in the past with haste, because haste earlier in the expansion was always the go-to for many. But verse, I imagine, makes sense for like tanks or PvP and stuff. So you could double stack secondaries, but you have to really go out of your way to craft items like that. In theory, there's a market for it though, because, you know, in the eyes of the right person, having a double stacked secondary on a piece of gear is a bonus. So I'm finally done. I'm destroying the 80 or so rank 1 belts that I have. Yeah, rank 1s, I just have a very simple group for rank 1s. I post at minimum of 70% market price, maximum of 95. And I just relist them until they ultimately get bought out, regardless of what the price ends up being. It was that or vendor them. 230 verse neck is actually BIS for Demon Hunter tanks. Is it really? Oh dear. Right, can we finish this cancel scan now, do we think? Do we have enough juice in us to finish this one? Yes, we do. On that basis, might it be worth just cancelling the rest of these? Nah, screw it. Let's just throw everything straight back up. Right, 700 auctions to list. We'll churn our way through these 700 auctions.
My inventory is full.
Hope that there's some cheeky gold sat behind it. I've shifted all my double stack gear to a separate auction house alt to see how well they sell. But I reckon they're only sold when the random stat ones are out of stock, so sad face. Yeah, it was a real niche little market there. The finding out how to craft those, but like I said, it's one of the, it's kind of it's like I said, you've got to find the right person for that one. Most people, when they go and buy a set of, you know, catch-up gear, they just buy a set of catch-up gear. They don't pay too much attention to the stats. And before the other side of that argument jumps in, yes, I know there are some people that do care about stats even on crafted gear, but generally most people, the majority of players, are just buying a set of gear just to up their item level nice and quickly, in the knowledge that, you know, within a few days they'll have probably replaced it all anyway. But if you do find that right person that's willing to pay that premium for the right stats, having double stacked secondaries might be a big reason to pay a premium for it. Time to do the brawl on all level 60s for some easy honor. Is it comp stomp? Is it comp stomp week? Ah, comp stomp week. I wonder if I can use that to quickly get some renown on a few characters. Is there a way to easily farm Stygia? Need 2,000 of it on an alt for marks. The most consistent way to farm Stygia, I found, is just go and kill rares in the maw. You can run around there. Every rare is probably worth between 40 and 60 Stygia for you. It's not obvious, it's not super fast, but it's the most reliable way to just continuously, you know, you can just run laps until you've done it. It's pretty monotonous and it's pretty boring, but it's an unlimited farm. Almost unlimited, anyway. Yeah, there's also the chest near the world boss that people have spoke about. It seems to not always be there though. is the renown level requirements to get the new vestige. I don't believe there's renown requirements for anything, which is why I've not gone super hardcore on grinding any. But I've also, you know, almost passively hit renown 80 on most of my alts anyway. If you're actively doing Shaping Fate at the bare minimum each week, you've probably killed the world boss or killed a couple of world bosses. You're probably almost renown 80 on alts anyway. You can get between 5 to 8 renown a week,
I cannot carry more.
almost for free. So bearing in mind, you should in theory be starting worst case scenario at 40, because you can always buy the token to give you 40 renown points instantly. That, you know, a couple of weeks of just doing the absolute bare minimum and you should be renown 80 anyway. But to answer your question, no, I've not found anything that actually requires a high renown level. It's not, there doesn't appear to be anything that's being gated by renown. I think they're just sort of forgetting the renown system even existed for the last patch. Now the words from the man himself, Mr. Hazakostis, was of such that, you know, renown is no longer really that important because all of the covenants have come together to fight, you know, the greater power.
Let's make sweet profit.
That sounds
together.
very PR.
Pog.
You know. Janity, thank you very much. Welcome in. Yeah, that line just sounds like, right, we didn't want to do another 40 renown. We did, like, it's too much like hard work for the last patch. We've just not bothered. 80 is going to be as good as we get, I think. Thank you for the tier 1. Actually putting your hand in your pocket, that's magical. That's magical. Boys and girls, people of all ages, Jeff Bezos is giving out free money to streamers at the moment. So make sure you hit that sub button and check to see if you have a Prime. I'll be more than happy to take it off your hands. Doesn't cost you a penny. Goes let Jeff Bezos pay my bills. Been farming my ass off on 5 alts for renown the past week. It better be needed now. If you're like I said, like, just doing the bare minimum on an alt will get you a whole stack of renown pretty easily. For reference as well, actually, doing world quests and campaign in Zereth Mortis, there are even instances where you get like more than a single, you get like double renown in Zereth Mortis as well. So even if you're not renown 80, when you get into Zereth Mortis, you'll end up being 80 pretty quickly. Annoying thing is you can't sub with the Prime on the Twitch app. Can you not? Well, you live and you learn. None of my characters have stepped away from the mailbox since unlocking the vestiges. Well, yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? Get chapter 4 done, unlock your vestige, and then don't move ever again. That's probably going to be my experience of patch 9.2, if I'm honest. I'm going to unlock the legendaries on the alts, and then the likelihood of them moving ever is going to be pretty slim. Except my DK who had to move between the vendor and the mailbox for boreal shards. I've even just stocked up my guild bank with the boreal shards, so I don't even have to do that. I did that like once. Now I just transfer a boreal shards from this bank character, because he's always stood next to the guild bank. So I don't even worry about buying a boreal shards from vendors anymore. But that's probably why I've got about 2 million gold in a boreal shards just lying about. which I absolutely better make sure I use. I don't think there's much of a worry about not using them though. Not with the 9.2 around the corner. Oh, my scroll wheel fingers starting to ache. It's not got enough caffeine in it. I need to get that new Elgato, the Elgato foot pedal thing. Program the buttons on that to do my scroll wheeling for me. I think Dirty Herbie does that as well. I think he's got foot pedals for doing his scroll wheeling. Program one of the buttons on the foot pedal to be like mouse wheel up or mouse wheel down, and then you know, you just step on a pedal. That's real goblin engineering there. Developing a case of TSM finger to go with my cheese lung. Yeah, cheese lung and TSM finger in 1 week. It's be tragic. Tragic. This is where you pay your kids £6 to scroll a wheel. That's also referred to as child labour. That's expensive child labour. You got to shop around, my friend. You're overpaying. Where's the mind control for computers? It's 2022. I've been promised flying cards for decades. Can't you just auto hotkey? Not safely. I mean, I guess you probably can, but it's at that point, I'm sure it's probably considered automation. I don't know. Using the foot pedal's probably not too much different. I don't know. I'm sure I could bribe my toddler with cheese to do that. I've got 2 dogs. Maybe I need to put them to work somehow. Maybe I just
sweet
attach
profit
their tail to like the mouse wheel or something. That could work. Azil with a prime, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Bezos paying my bills, boys and girls. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Huge hamster wheel, but for the dog. The dog wheel. I don't think I've got room for a dog wheel. One of my dogs would probably love that though. The other one's a bit, I mean, the other one's scared of her own shadow. I don't think a massive, great big moving floor she'd be best impressed with. I've literally got 2 completely opposite dogs. One is not scared of anything, and one is scared of everything. Watching a lot of your vids lately, thought I'd support you with a sub. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's grab the rest of these. Gotta love that. Somebody subbing with Prime before they've even said hi in the chat, even once. That's dedication. Thank you. I really hope there's more than 60k in this mailbox. It's going to be a bad day in the office if all we've sold is a single pair of Grimveiled sandals.
My inventory is full.
Inventory is full again. Still not got to the good stuff. Starting to see a lot more people, you know, a lot of names that I've not seen for a while appear on the auction house again. It's definitely indicative of that 9.2 is bringing people back to the game, even in the very small, you know, window that I see the game through, being this this small window. I'm starting to see a lot of names that are reappearing from the past. So 9.2 is obviously having some effect. Some people are, that goes to show, right? Given the right opportunity, people are still, I wouldn't say desperate, but people are still more than willing to play WoW, even if they've quit to go and do other things. And, and this becomes the argument, right? You never truly quit World of Warcraft. You may take a vacation from World of Warcraft, but I don't believe anybody truly ever quits World of Warcraft. The carrot on the end of the stick is always going to be there to attract you back. They have this uncanny ability, and I guess it goes to say that when you've invested, in many cases, often thousands upon thousands of hours into this game, leveling your characters, you know, gearing them up, progressing through the storyline, to literally just go cold turkey, quit the game and never come back again, takes somebody of very strong will. Pure copium. The copium is probably quite strong with that one, yes, but it's indicative of people watching your videos following your call of this is the super cheap time to level Legos. Well, and that, yeah. Leveling legendaries is about as cheap as it's ever going to get now. Because the next time it's this cheap, it won't be worth doing it. Because, you know, it'll be the end of the expansion and Legos will just go in the bin at the end of Shadowlands. But, yeah. This is kind of the last hurrah, I guess, for people that want to try and make some gold off the legendaries. Have some friends that quit as 9.1 launch, tried 5 or 6 games, and they're now coming back as WoW is still better than all of them, even in its current state. But this is it. In the MMO genre, MMOs rely on having literally years and years of development go into them before they're any good. A brand new bare bones MMO is often just that. That an MMO it tends to also be so expensive to create in the first place, that, you know, developers are heavily incentivized to get the game out and get people playing it as soon as possible. I mean, New World was the prime example of that. That they wanted to get people playing it. People loved it for the first 20 hours until they started to see the cracks in the system. And the biggest killer for any brand new MMO is that people max level and then have nothing to do.
I cannot carry more.
Which is it becomes a huge problem for game developers trying to make MMOs. World of Warcraft, as you know, as much as people complain about it, does technically have 15 plus years worth of development. I mean, at this point, I mean, the game's been out 17. The game was being made for many years before that. There's probably 2 decades worth of development that's in this game right now. Even though we only play a very small fraction of it, that just disgusting amount of development time that's gone into it all adds up eventually. I checked, even though I have quit more than once, I still have around 20,000 hours in WoW. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Even if you it's very difficult to completely say goodbye to something that you've put so much of your time and effort in. And some people have literally grown up with World of Warcraft. I was already of, you know, I was already of adult age by the time that I started playing WoW when it, you know, came out. But for many people, they literally grew up with World of Warcraft. That to not play World of Warcraft it's so ingrained into people's existence. Zanzifar's a prime example of this. Zan says he's been playing World of Warcraft since he was like 9 or 10 or something like that. He's literally grown up with World of Warcraft as a game he just plays. It's his major form of entertainment and always has been. You can't just turn that off overnight. Blizzard sent out emails restoring accounts to what they'd previously been, even if you deleted characters and vended all the gear. That's if you resub again.
Is that your
Did they
wallet?
really?
Are you just glad to see me?
Oh, wow.
Both, I hope.
Oh, Dwarf Beer with Prime. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. You have your beer, I'll have my coffee, and we'll all have a good time. Thank you. I remember having friends come over play WoW with me, being locked out of the computer room by my parents for playing it too much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's it. I mean, it's a game that's been around for so long now. It's literally ingrained in people's... even people's daily routine. It's the same with RuneScape. You never just quit. You just take a year-plus long break. My brother's the same as me, but my brother's always played RuneCraft. I've always played WoW, and he's always played RuneScape. And so he's constantly still playing RuneScape even to this day, and I'm always playing WoW, and we just laugh at each other for playing each other's silly game. My WoW addiction has outlived every girlfriend so far. I technically have been with my wife for longer than I've been playing World of Warcraft, I think, so I can't quite say that, but here's the sales we were looking for. That's a little bit better. It might only be 450k, but we'll take 450k. Ironically, majority of it coming in literally like 2 sales. A Shadowgast helm for 95 and a Bone Shatter helm for just shy of 100. Money, money, money. I'll take it. The lengths my mum would go to make sure I couldn't get to the PC is absurd. My stepdad used to take the power cable from the back of the PC, so I physically couldn't play it when he went to work in the morning. Little did he realise though, I had a spare, because of course you do. What, when I say spare, I worked out that the power cable from the printer was the same one for the computer. No, see, that was genius of me, I thought, at that point. So of course I didn't need the printer to have power. Fucking who uses a printer? So yes, I found a way round that system. It was a goblin move right there. One of my original guildies lied about his age to join our guild at age 12. Now he's married with 2 kids and still on the friends list. There we go. The power of WoW. My mum took the physical PC and put it in her office, so I had to study. Of course, as soon as she left, I'd bike over there with mouse and keyboard in my backpack. Yeah, we're a generation of gamers. You can't stop us. Right, there's this auction house Dunzo though. We have everything relisted. Do I dare look at materials? Yeah, I really don't want to be buying any more materials. I've got way too many already. I've got 45,000 desolate leather just kicking about. I don't need any more. Leystrite at 7 gold is not cheap enough. Phaedra, just disgusting amounts of Phaedrum ore. 100,000 Widow Bloom on this realm. Wow. Wow. I have no use for Widow Bloom, so I'm going to take my own advice and not buy 2 million gold of Widow Bloom just for flipping. Nope. Nothing else really appears to be that attractive anyway at these prices, which is probably good because I don't want to be spending more. Lightless Silk is going up in price. Oh, why is Lightless Silk going up in price? It's meant to go the other direction. I think this is going to be 10, 15 gold a piece though in 9.2. There doesn't seem to be anywhere near as much of a use for Lightless Silk unless they dramatically change things. I might eat my hat on that one, but we'll see. Heavy Desolate Leather at 44. Hell to the no. Somebody's bought a bunch of materials out on this realm, I can tell. Some of these prices are not what they normally would be. Go on then. Go on then. If you're going to force me to buy Korthite crystals, then I will. Do we get a full reset on Korthite crystals? We sold 400,000 gold worth of stuff. We can't be profitable. It's not possible. We can't possibly be making gold. That's just a terrible idea. We'll fix that problem. I know a Destiny YouTuber who was so addicted to WoW in school years, his mum took the WoW CD off him. Little did she know it didn't need the CD to play it. Yeah, stupid boomers. Stupid boomers. Don't know how shit works. It's just an installation CD. Back in BC, a guy raided with us who was retired already. He's still farming Korthia daily today, but I don't contact because I'm not ready for either who are you or yeah, my granddad died, I'm playing now. Oh god. Yeah. Imagine that. See, back in the day, people used to inherit, you know, businesses, houses, land, you know, stocks off their grandparents. Our generation is not going to have any of that. None of that. Like you're gonna pass on your World of Warcraft account. If I become a granddad and then end up, you know, in a box, I'm not gonna have that to pass on to my grandkids. I'll pass on, I don't know, my Twitter account. Here you go. Have a Twitter account. It's got some followers on it. That's about all I've got to pass on. Is there a solution for TSM not updating the mats in the bank correctly? It's quite annoying. No. You need to just check the bank more frequently. Here, son, take this 200 million gold and do not spend it on alcohol. Yeah. Here you go, son. Have this NFT of a monkey. Savor it. It will be worth something one day. Did you read about the 70-year-old who got banned for being a bot? His kids made a post on Reddit and his account got reinstated. He's been playing since vanilla. That's crazy. There's a streamer on Twitch I found the other day. What's her name? I think her name is literally just the WoW Grandma. A lady of the older generation. She like bangs it. She smashes it on Twitch. She was like, I don't know, like 250, 300 viewers or something. She was absolutely killing it. Fair play to her. Luckily, I just left home and went to university when WoW launched. None of these issues. Jenny Fear, also from Sweden's quite old. She's 801. I don't think she's 801. 81 even. That makes more sense. She was even featured by Raider.io a few months ago. That's crazy. That's crazy. Gotta love that. Yo, what server's this and why is there no Korthite crystals? It's because I've bought them all. Don't worry. Damn. 81 playing WoW. That's impressive. Right, this realm though I think is about done. I think we can put this one to bed now. Everything's relisted. We'll make our millions on this realm at some point. As long as we break even at the moment, it's all good. Right, how's Draenor doing? How's Draenor doing? Bags full of stuff. Let's get some stuff listed. Get infused with elven blood just so that you can make gold for 800 years. Hey. You don't put the Korthite back on? No, I'm not flipping them. I need them for crafting. I need Korthite crystals for crafting. I'm not flipping them. Not to mention they cost way too much to list on the auction house. Scared to buy too many Korthite crystals. It seems like they'll go up in value, but the window to use them is quite narrow. Yeah, I mean, if you're already in a strong position to use them, then it's relatively safe. But if you only have a couple of high tier patterns to use them with, yes, you are right. The window of opportunity is probably not much more than about 4 to 6 weeks, which still sounds like a lot, right? But in the grand scale of things, what I expect to happen with Korthite crystals is their price will rise pretty dramatically when 9.2 launches, as there'll be this window where everybody will be coming back to the game. There'll be a huge zerg of players. Everybody will want those rank 6s to play catch up before the rank 7s are widely available. Yet within that entire time there'll be basically nobody farming them because everybody will be in Zereth Mortis instead of Korthia. So yeah, there'll be that spike in demand, and probably because of that, a spike in price on them. But once rank 7s become readily available, I would assume that the lower rank legendaries will drop in value pretty quickly. And in turn, you know, the price of the materials will probably follow. My server's got Korthite at 450, but a lot of them, too many to flip for me, and I'm not into legendary crafting. Then leave them the hell alone. Honestly, if you don't have good use for them in crafting, I'd leave them alone. If they're still 450 gold on your realm, and there's a lot of them, there's a reason for that. And the reason is probably that, you know, that's just the value of it on your realm. Just because they're worth more on another realm doesn't mean they'll be worth more on your realm. It's supply and demand. Here's a business idea for you. Specialize into retrofitting nursing homes with gamer lounges. Hey, I like that. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a solid business idea. Grandma's going to get her game on. I assume rank 7 is crafted with a different item. Yes, yeah. Well, obviously, I hope you understand that it's the vestige of a vestige of origins is what allows you to create a rank 6 now, which is a +2 rank optional reagent. We're going to get a +3 rank optional reagent, which is what will allow people, you know, to take the rank 4 pattern, add a +3 vestige to it to create a rank 7. That new vestige is, yes, it doesn't use Korthite crystals. Also, the first month when people can make their new BOE gear, there'll be a lot to earn. For the first that hit the reputation needed for the new marks. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Early bird always catches the worm with gold making. The first of the party usually, you know, cashes in big, and then everybody sees them cash in big and tries to follow. And the people that are slowly following behind usually make a little bit, but nothing even remotely close to what the first few people with any given recipe make. Still don't know how I got my master's degree whilst gaming and partying 24/7. Yeah, this is the main reason why I never went to university. It was always way too expensive. I was way too goblin minded to go to university. I knew that if I went to university, I'd come out of uni with 50,000 in debt, and I probably wouldn't even get the degree because I'm sorry, I lack the required funds. I'm out of gold on my bank character. What is going on? Hang on, time to switch the conversation to the fact I have 4 gold on me. What? What's going on here? Epic levels of poor on this realm. Jesus. You've been robbed? I've not been robbed. I might have accidentally spent nearly every penny I had on this realm yesterday unlocking rank 4 in jewel crafting. Whoops, second day in a row. I know. Okay. I was hoping to be able to take all of the expireds and then see how much gold we made in one go. But I might not have that luxury today. Every school in Denmark is free, though. Well, yeah. This was my downside. You know, living in the UK, it was not free.
My inventory is full.
Right. Okay. I have a slight problem here. Let's just put some of this in the bank real quick. No, don't equip the bags, you donkey. Unlocked rings to 4 now, thinking of doing the neck. How did you do one but not the other? Surely it's yeah, how did you go about doing one but not the other? I mean, I know how you did it physically. It just jewel crafting is one of those where it's very straightforward to level them both at the same time. I suppose if it's a gold restriction, but sure. Just spent like 2 days doing rings.
I can't carry more.
Okay, we can see everything in the mailbox now, though, I think. 68,000 gold of sales overnight. That's not too bad. A shadow scale vest, shadow scale mantle. Lots of cheap stuff kicking about. 7k for a Shadowgast ring. That was probably one of our rank 3s. I'll be happy to see the back of some of those. 26,000 gold for a Shadowgast necklace. Now, believe it or not, that's probably a rank 5. This was probably a rank 5. This is what we have to do to get rid of the rank 5s, is to give them away. Okay. Okay. There's the gold we need to continue selling stuff. We are seriously cash poor on Draenor right now. Which is something that I hope to fix in the next few days. Trying to blast through my remaining leg ranks now that my server's out of materials. Heavy callus hides up to a K each. And less than 50 available for the last week. Oh, damn. I mean, go get some skinning on the go. Go get some skinning on the go. Take advantage of those high prices. I mean, that's... if heavy callus hides up to 1,000 gold a piece, you're looking at, like, 30,000 gold an hour skinning right now, roughly, I would guess then. Because that would also, in turn, mean that your callus hide is got to be worth nearly 100 gold a piece. Yeah, but that's boring. True. True. I'm not one for farming myself, but sometimes when the opportunity is that good, you kind of sometimes need to take advantage, even if it's for an hour or two. All my crafting alts now have 240 plus gear to zerg through the new zone. The yeah, the gear requirements for Zereth Mortis aren't really that going to be that difficult. I think the question is going to be is just how is the rep grind going to play out in Zereth Mortis, because they keep changing it, and this is equally why, you know, playing on the PTR, you've got to take a lot. If you're trying to play the PTR for the advantage of trying to work out, well, just how do you go about doing everything? How long is it going to take to unlock X, Y, or Z? The problem you have is every week Blizzard go and change something, which makes it very, very difficult to try and work that sort of stuff out. Look at the amount of time and effort people put into working out how long it's going to take you to get revered for them to then only change it the next week. It's one of those that you're just going to have to just do everything you can in the zone as fast as you can. Anyone here actually going to do the Crafters Mark race and try and be the first on their server? I'm probably not. But that is mainly... If I'm going to do it at all, I'm going to do it with a character on Draenor. Because it's only Draenor right now to where I am not super invested in legendaries. And so it makes sense for me to try and cash cow on that to get a leg up. But on realms where I'm fully set up with legendaries already, yes, there'll be the good opportunity to make a couple of million gold really quickly. But that is not worth, for me, burning out to grind reputation on multiple characters for. Is the honest truth. Right, we have, by the looks of things, everything listed on the auction house. We are back up to 70k in liquid gold. We are selling stuff as we speak. We've sold a rank 2 Shadowgast ring, 2 rank 2 Shadowgast rings, and a rank 3. But now we're just focusing on shifting that stock. It's more just get rid of it. If we have a look here on my LST, we can see that I did, in fact, craft everything that I needed to unlock rank 4. I've unlocked rank 4, but I was so short on cash that I unlocked rank 4, yet then very quickly realised, right, well, that was pointless because I don't have any gold to craft rank 4s or rank 6s. I just ran out of gold. So we need a few days of cash carrying some sales to try and actually get the ball rolling now properly. I might try, I think I will probably at this point try and stock up on a little bit of liquid gold. How do you open this window in TSM? You can't. It's not a TSM window. This is Legendary Stock Tracker. Different add-on. Desolate Leather has hit a price to where I can shuffle the bow to get my money back with my 1.2 million pallid bones that I overpaid for. Imagine having 1.2 million pallid bones. Imagine. Yeah, now I've got the ability to craft everything with dual crafting. I mean, you can see these profits are, like, disgusting. Disgustingly negative. I don't actually think I've properly set up jewel crafting on this realm. Even though I've leveled it all the way up. But I know I have a jewel crafting masterclass and a prospecting masterclass, but I kind of just naturally understand how the profession works, and so I don't need an add-on to tell me what I need to buy and how much it's costing me. But at the moment, what I think is probably sensible to do is buy all of this cheap lacerite ore. That's obviously the smartest thing to do. Sub 6 gold lacerite ore is not a bad price. Based on, yeah, sub 6 gold is good. Alternatively, sub 60 gold lithium would be all over that. Now, I don't have 180,000 to buy all of that, unfortunately. We equally need to remember that if we're going to be crafting rank 6s, we're going to need to be buying some Korthite crystals. I blame Zanzibar for buying that much. Yeah, he at one point had crazy amount of pallid bones, but he was buying them for like 10 silver a piece. He was basically getting them for free. CM4 for leatherworking currently uses 60 pallid bones, so if people are using those at all, bones might shoot up in price for a while. Yep. But I mean, even on Draenor right now, there is just short of 1 million desolate leather and just short of 450,000 pallid bones. I wouldn't really say there's much of a shortage of these, but there's quite clearly people here who have, you know, done just that. They've bought just crazy quantities of them just to try and flip them if the price spikes. These are the sort of, you know, the simple investments, especially if you know that eventually you can just shuffle it all to get your gold back. It's like, this is the thing with vendor shuffles. I'm not really so much of a fan of the vendor shuffles themselves, but that does mean that if materials hit their price floor, I can just buy as much of it as I want, as I know I have a get out of jail free card eventually. I hate stocking low value stuff like that. Makes managing inventory horrible. Yeah, it's at that point you just use the mailbox for it all. You have no choice but to just send it to a character. In 30 days it will get sent back to you. And then in a further 30 days you'll lose it. It gives you a 60-day window. That's kind of what I do. How is there 1 million desolate leather on this realm? Well, this is Draenor. This is literally the largest EU server. You can see just the quantity of everything is just batshit crazy. There's just ridiculous amounts of everything. Yeah, lots and lots of cheap everything. Apart from the thing that everybody really actually needs, and that's Korthite crystals. Jesus. 259 at 6,000 gold apiece. I guess this person that doesn't quite realise just how expensive these are to list on the auction house. Madness. Yeah, so what I might do now, I need to be careful. I need a couple of days where I don't spend too heavily. I need to probably just sell out some stock for a few days. Hopefully if I can clear through a bunch of these rank 3s. I've got a lot of gold tied up in these rank 3s now. The rank 2s I know will probably never sell. But the rank 3s, I think I can probably recuperate about 8,000 gold from each one of these. I have no idea why a rank 3 seems to sell far better than a rank 2. Not worked out that logic there. I understand why rank 4s sell, and I understand why rank 6s sell. The logic behind a rank 3 or a 2 selling though is slim. But yeah, I maybe need to cash cow, just sell out a few things, make a bit of profit over the next few days. It's frustrating me having access to rank 4s and rank 6s and not having the gold to actually craft either of them though. Even though the fact that they state that they're they state that they're not profitable now, but that doesn't bother me because I'll just list them for a price that is profitable for me. Rank 2's on par with most catch-up gear, so people won't feel like it's worth it. What is it? It's 210, isn't it? I suppose item level alone, it's still 210. 225 for a rank 3 puts it in the realms of what you get just by running through Korthia, I guess. So probably still considered an upgrade in the lightest use of the phrase. Yeah, maybe. Lightless Silk has dropped from 22 to 14 overnight on a realm where I don't have gold. That always happens. Do I need to complete the Sanctum of Domination campaign to get the new campaign in Zereth Mortis? As far as the PTR indicates, no. But, there's a huge but here. The huge but is that you have always needed to have completed the previous campaign before being able to progress much into the new campaign. So, my recommendation is just do it. It really doesn't take that much time, nor is it that difficult. So if you care about that character, if it has any chance of gating you from doing something that you want to do, just do it, honestly. It surprises me just how common a question this is. That so many people are so desperate to not do something in the game. They're so desperate to not do the campaign. Like I said, my recommendation is just get it done. Just get it done. It's really not that difficult. It's a little bit time consuming, sure, and it's definitely boring once you've done it a few times already. But just get it done, honestly, because it's far better to have done it and not need it than need it and have not done it. So yeah, my recommendation to everybody is just if you care about that character's progression, and even if by progression I mean, you know, you want to be able to progress in the new campaign to unlock new crafting stuff, that is your progression. Just get the campaign, get the 9.1 campaign done. You'll pick up a few renown at the same time. You'll just get it done. Just get it done. Right, well, we've sold most of our shrouded cloth bags at least. I don't really know why I bother crafting and selling these anymore. It's kind of pointless. I make like 30 gold on each one. I think this is kind of about where it needs to be. Let's grab all of this. Let's send that over to get prospected. I'll prospect that later. I think we might jump on the PTR for a bit, you know. We've not got a huge amount to be doing in retail right now. I think we can explore the PTR for an hour or two. Let's leave that one selling some stuff. Let's go. No, hang on. PTR, go. That's a huge butt. Sorry, I should watch my language. I think I've done the Night Fae campaign 6 or 7 times. Yeah, I can't even begin to think just how many times I've done it, but Manthius clearly likes big butts. Nothing wrong with a big butt, but I'm more of a boob man. Can't lie. I like big butts, I cannot lie. No other brothers can deny. Oh, I've turned off Helve UI. Let's turn that back on. flying now. Now with flying on the PTR is going to make this 2 minutes, 2 clips. Nice. Hey, if people start making if people keep clipping things out the stream enough, you might incentivize me to not only turn my channel into a highlights channel, but even more gross, a clips channel. Ooh. Oh great. Oh great. Now it's crashed. Lovely stuff. All right. What's this on the floor? A mysterious fruit. I'm eating a mysterious fruit and it has infused me with light. I have a sky spotlight. Oh, it just paints you a colour. Alright. Somebody's eating a green fruit, obviously. Okay, right. Well, there's a few world quests we can go bang out. Explore what these are. Some enigmatic leg guards, 239. A couple of dailies to... Oh, this is that buzzed quest again. I wonder if that's... if we can do this now. Cluck cluck boom. Let's just do a few things out here and see what's going on. What's this quest? You supply the effort. Enlighten provisions. What does this get me? Gold.
Take care, my friend.
Literally nothing but gold. That's entirely pointless then. I need to do something about this bag situation. I have too much stoof. Okay. That literally didn't do anything at all. I gave you 30 ribs and it did absolutely nothing at all. That's the most useless quest I think I've ever seen in my life. No rep, no rewards, no nothing. Bug report, not enough bag space. Yeah. Yes. I think I'm just going to yoink them. You did more than yoink them. You ran away giggling like a little girl. It was that much of a theft. Of course he likes others. He's milking cash cows in WoW every day. Every day. Let's go just dump everything in the bank. It doesn't matter. This is a PTR character. I mean, it's a PTR character. We could just delete it, but, you know, it might be useful for testing at some point. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, I tell you what, I'm going to have such an incentive to make a speed set for every one of my characters. I can't remember who it was, but somebody said the other day that we're going to go into patch 10.0 and we're going to lose this speed set, and it's going to feel tragic. It's going to feel really tragic.
Your patronage is always appreciated.
Alright, fine. Anything that's not Zereth Mortis related is going to go in the bank right now. It's annoying me that I can't see it properly though. LVI is having a heart attack. Oh, this is actually an LVI module that's failing. That could be why. Right, let's just get rid of some stuff. Let's get all these out of the way. We don't need 25 different capes. Polished pet charms. We don't need. A bunch of this gear is actually. We probably don't need most of any of this. These are all optional reagents. They can disappear. If it's purely a it's something to do with 9.2, I'll keep it on me. Otherwise, we just get rid of it. Hang on, what was that? Combine 6 pieces of goop to make an irresistible goop. Now I'm confused. What's irresistible goop? You're in the wrong zone. Okay. Interesting. I pressed the button again, didn't I? Sorry, dog, that was me. I need to remember to not press that button. Right, that'll do. Hearthstone. Can we still use it even though everything's in a funny colour? Yeah. Right, I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes. Need a drink. Back in 2. Alrighty. Walking the dogs is the best head reset after a deep sleep. Yeah. I obviously, having 2 dogs, the very first thing I have to do in the morning is take the dogs to a walk. So I'm used to the very, even before I've had my coffee in the morning. Even before coffee, and especially when it's like sub-zero temperatures, it definitely wakes you up nice and quick. That's a fact. Right, should we go and do we have any ciphers on us? Do we have any ciphers? Where's the... We have 78 ciphers of the first ones. That's probably not going to be enough to research anything. But there's a quest over here all the same, so let's go pick that up. Now with flying at least, we can sort of... we can do some proper exploration. Oh, you're going to tell me to do one of these silly... Oh, Cluck Cluck Boom. Cosmic Flux, Anima, and Ciphers. Use the Micro Life Recalibrator to recalibrate malfunctioned poultrids in the Great Submitter. Alright. What's going on over here? Okay, we have enough ciphers to research some things. Now there is one, where is it? There's one that specifically says that it increases your gathering ability, which I just want to at least read the tooltip for. Yeah, see, this is one, look. We've got rank 1 of 4 of this. Allows Pocopoc to interact with Echo Giro, granting you increased movement speed, improved resources when gathering, or reduced enemy detection range. It's interesting how it says or, but it also means we have to interact with one of these echoed Giros, which I imagine then gives us a buff of some sort. Oh, currently we can interact with them in the southwestern region of Zereth Mortis. The additional ranks are going to give us the ability to interact with them in more different zones. That's probably why I've not come across them so much. We need to go to the southwest. That's basically near where Haven is. We can interact with them around there. I'm intrigued what the, just how powerful this, improved resources when gathering thing is. Because that could end up being massive if it gives you Pog Essences more frequently. Allows you to have 3 enhancements at once. Is the research speed the same within the 24 hours waiting after turn-in? Most of them are an 18-hour research. They pretty much all seem to be either 18 hours or you have some like really long ones which are like 6 days long or something. Expected research time 6 days, 18 hours. These ones at the top here, unlocking the new columns is like 7-day cooldowns on these. See, the funny thing is now that they've kind of, this is just not an interesting system. Because none of this really, makes me go, ooh, let's go farm some ciphers to get these. It's just all very dull. This is the one I actually want. Gain the ability to communicate, interact, and quest with Automa in the Arrangement Index and Endless Sands. You gain further access to the Protoform Synthesis Forge, which allows the discovery and creation of large creatures, also known as mounts. So actually, But it's also greyed out. Okay. Well, we're saving 220 ciphers then for this. And then waiting 4 days on a test realm. Annoyingly, but you know. What did I miss? What was the irresistible goop? Oh, that's a good point. Can we make it here? We are still in the wrong zone. I have no idea what this is so far. Doesn't appear to allow us to use it anywhere. I don't know where I've got them from. Soulbound and it's unique to 20. I have no idea. It's these chicken things I've got to do something with. Recalibrate the chickens. There's one. Hang on, here's another chicken. If it was for a quest, it would have the quest tag in the tooltip. So I'm not quite sure what it's for. I'm also greatly annoyed that I get like 40 FPS out here. And I'm not even running on max settings. I mean, I get that I'm streaming and whatever, but still. And one of the very first things I said about this zone, though, was that from a graphical perspective, it seems super under-optimized. What was first, the egg or the chicken, and why? Oh, I've just realised recalibrating these things actually blows them up. That's pretty tragic. Oh, so here's one of those Echo Giro things, right? Now we can't interact with this one yet because we're in the wrong part of the zone. But apparently down here, is that where Southwest is? No, Southwest is down here. So any in this quadrant, I expect that we can interact with. And I guess there's 4 ranks that unlocks the ability to, you know, eventually talk to all of these dudes throughout the zone to gain their buffs. And I imagine each different one has like a different buff. It seemed to list 3 different perks. Movement speed was one, gathering rate was another. There was something else, I can't remember what the other one was. So there's 5. 6. Pew pew chicken. Number 8. 2 more. You guys actually trying to argue between yourselves about what came first, the chicken or the egg? Is this what we've driven ourselves to? 10. Right, let's go hand it in. Go hand it in. Gather, clean up our cheap and easy free ciphers. What's this big thing on the map? Firm of Exile Part 3. Oh, it's still showing those on the map, even though we've collected them all now. Apparently, those Firm of Exiles, if you actually read them, they tell a story. I kind of wish I'd realised that before I vended them all.
Leave me to my thoughts.
Yay, look. Somebody who wants to be banned. It's incredible. It's incredible. didn't abandon the dog.
She was sitting downstairs like I want to come back home.
All right. 69 viewers. Nice. Nice. Right, let's go do this one. Clean up in Automa Isle. This is a nice cheeky little fill the bar. We're gonna get this patterns with patterns bashed out again in a minute. I'm intrigued to see. Mr. GM was actually saying that the rep rewards for this patterns with patterns has changed again. Only going to re-emphasize the fact that, you know, trying to do anything mathematical in terms of reputation on the PTR is kind of pointless, because they are going to change it like all the time. Treasure. Oh, Roscoe, how we doing? Welcome in. Thinking of returning for 9.2. How's it looking so far? Zereth Mortis looks to be very casual friendly. Now that they've made some corrective changes to some of the reward structure, as such as, you know, they're now giving people access to flying after a couple of weeks without significant grinding involved, which is nice. Most of the rewards at this point seem to either be locked behind the campaign or behind the main reputation, which is, you know, you can think of that how you wish, but from what people have seen, the raid is looking to be, you know, in typical Blizzard fashion, carrying. The raid is probably going to be quite good. Got a weird structure to it this time, in such as that it almost feels like they've squished 2 raids into one. You only have access to the first few bosses until you have encountered Anduin, I believe, and at that point you then unlock the rest of the raid, which is quite an interesting mechanic. Yeah, there'll be a few. There's an update to Torghast, a new feature called the Jailer's Gauntlet, I believe. Not that I've tested that one yet, but it seems to be like a, you know, kill this boss, then kill this boss. Bit of a boss grind, single target boss grind, plus new layers in Torghast and all that sort of good stuff. So, new legendaries. Not so much new on the profession front so far, other than the bare minimum that we'd expect. New ranks of catch-up gear, a single new rank of legendaries. You know, the usual. It feels very much like they just kind of want to get, you know, something in our hands to keep us busy for a few months, and then so that they can hopefully continue work on 10.0. That's how I hope it to be, at least, anyway. I watched the City Skyline streamer the other day who had traffic at 69%, and I thought, say it. He stalled like 10 seconds and then went, nice. I really enjoyed City Skylines. I've not played City Skylines since pretty much when it first came out. I know they've done loads of expansions and sort of mini DLCs for it since. I wouldn't mind revisiting City Skylines at some point. I like those kind of games. I'm coming to realise more as time goes on that although I've devoted huge parts of my life to World of Warcraft, actually I'm not so much of a fan of the multiplayer aspect. I very much prefer to play games in my own time at my own pace. And more importantly, I kind of don't really like having to rely on others to be able to have my fun, if that makes sense. Which is maybe why I've never, you know, I've been in guilds before and I've raided before, but it's never really grabbed me. That, you know, the raiding side of stuff is very much like, oh, I have to log on at this exact time of the day and week to do the thing. Well, that doesn't really fit with my schedule. I like to log on and play the game and have fun when I want to log on and play and have fun. which I think is why I tend to like these more single-player games nowadays. And probably why I've ultimately ended up very engrossed in goal making. Because for the most part, goal making is, you know, it's a lonely sport, right? For the most part, you're playing with yourself. And please don't clip that out of context. If you ask a question and do not get a response, were you even heard? Yes, because I'm an asshole and people tend to ignore me. Is this the if a tree falls in the woods thing? The single player MMORPG? Yeah. That tends to be me in a nutshell, pretty much. Flex ratings really helped with that. Yeah. Yeah, it's even still. Right, 75%. Can we just kill things? It's much easier to just try and find things to kill. This is a rare. He's also going to give me patterns for patterns business. Let's just go pew pew this dude. 340 million I saw on YouTube. I don't have 340 million. That was not a clickbait title, because I do not have 340 million. Oh, yeah, those videos are probably going out now, aren't they? I forgot they were scheduled. Diablo 3 is nice in that way. You can play alone, but have general chat to chat. Yeah, Diablo 3, I think, is probably a happy medium. Although it kind of frustrated me in the seasonal mode of Diablo 3 that by far the most optimal way to play it is in a group, pushing high greater rifts, which was kind of frustrating in a mode which is very, you know, it's deliberately seasonal and there's leaderboards and all that sort of stuff. That the optimal way to play it was still in a group. That's not stopped me playing every other season. I poke my nose in Diablo again once every season or two. I mean, to give Blizzard their credit, it's an incredibly old game now, Diablo 3. Yet they are still developing and innovating on it. In a weird way, they almost seem to be putting more effort into innovating in Diablo 3 than they are in WoW. And WoW's the one that has the monthly subscription. But probably the bigger player base, I don't know. D3 and PoE are my go-to games outside of WoW. Then some RPG stuff. Never really played multiplayer games otherwise. I used to be the default, you know, FPS kind of player and whatever. But honestly, as my reactions noticeably started to slow down, it became less enjoyable just getting absolutely owned by Zoomer 16-year-olds all the time. Not to mention, it got really boring finding out just how many people had fucked my mum. Like, honestly. Like, I enjoy a good gaming session and a bit of banter, you know, but my days. I didn't realise my mum got around that much. Outrageous behaviour. Hello, game? Whoa! Lag spike there. Damn. More flux. More anima. Your reputation with the Enlightened increased by 15 for killing a rare. Please don't do this. Please don't go that route. Please, 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 please don't make it so that we have to kill every rare in the zone every day. Oh god. Oh dear. Are they gonna go this way? I was really hoping that wouldn't ever be a thing. It is appearing that killing rares is going to give reputation. Now, not a lot, but it doesn't matter. When you're chasing a goal, when you're chasing a number, every little counts. That's going to make the rep grind for Crafter's Mark gear horrible. Actually horrible. Nearly impossible to do on multiple characters. People keep bringing up the monthly sub as a major sticking point, but actually, as you even pointed out, compared to the microtransactions from the store, you could practically throw away the monthly sub and not even notice. Yeah, this is it. This is why I don't ever want to see WoW go free to play. If WoW ever goes free to play, it will be because they're trying to milk it dry before they kill it dead. The monthly sub actually means that you're incentivized less to spend money on this game than you are in a game that would be without a monthly sub. You find any game out there, that even a game that has a box price, you will still then be nickeled and dimed from every angle of the game. Whereas at least in WoW, that's not the case. Sure, most things in game cost gold, and what's the easiest way to get gold? To buy a token. But outside of that, you know, gross mechanic, it's you're not nickeled and dimed for everything, which is what would happen if it ever went free to play. I need to kill a couple more rares now, you know. I need to kill some more of those to see if they continue to give reputation. If it becomes a, if you can gain, see, the problem will be is that how many rares do you reckon are in the zone? In fact, we can find out how many rares are in the zone, because there'll be a thing for it, won't there? Is it going to be in expansion features? No, it's going to be in probably exploration. Exploration, Shadowlands. Which one of these was it? Adventures in Zereth Mortis. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 plus 14. There's 29 rares in Zereth Mortis. 29 multiplied by, let's say the 15 reputation is average. It's 435 rep a day that could be obtained just by killing the rares. Which, you know, doesn't take a genius to work out that if you do the rares every day for a week, that's 3,000 reputation. That can easily be the difference between, that could give you a day or two's head start on people who don't kill the rares by the time that you, and that's just 1 week's worth of rares, right? And this is the thing, even 15 reputation for each rare. Mr. GM was saying that it was a chance to get 15 rep per rare. Fuck that business. Right, that's 100%. That's if that stays in the game, that's 100% persuaded me that I'm not doing Zereth Mortis rep grinding. I'm just not going to do it. You might be able to do it on one character, but yeah, no, definitely not happening. I'm not farming rares, because let's not forget, for the first couple of weeks you're doing it on foot as well. That means you are not only traveling to every single corner of the map every single day. You are quite literally then looking at spending hours, and I mean hours, every day on a single character. No, not happening. Sorry, not happening. even as a full-time content creator and streamer, that is not happening.
Creates these automata is not working.
I will
the defective
passively
ones,
play
so that others
and
may be renewed.
gather the reputation at my own pace then, and I'll just 100% focus on legendaries. For as long as reputation was somewhat gated in its acquisition, you know, do a couple of daily quests, do your world quests, do your daily quests, complete your patterns with patterns, then sure, I'd be on board with staying competitive. But if I'm gonna have to spend 4 or 5 hours a day running around killing rares on multiple characters, nah, nope, sorry, not happening. Good luck to those that try. That's because that's going to be that's going to make the whole system gross, right? Because yeah, there'll be people that will get a day or two's head start on you for sure. There's no way that you can possibly do that on multiple characters. Doing all the rares was miserable on Korthia. Not doing that again. Korthia was a smaller zone as well. This zone is considerably larger. Oh my god, just learned how to use LST properly. /LST set restock. My god, this is a life changer. Yeah. I mean, Stroh's only just put that in the FAQ. That used to be like a hidden command. But now he's realised that actually that's a huge part of... isn't this the thing we're meant to be killing? Yeah, that LST set restock thing. Game changer for sure. If you were to grind rep, you'd do jewel crafting before tailoring. Probably. Jewel crafting's always profitable. Mainly because jewel crafting is most people consider, especially if you're doing legendaries, most people consider the gems to be like valued at 2 gold 50 each. Because ultimately, regardless of whatever it costs them to acquire it, the cost of the ore is covered by the essences, which basically means, to most people at least, the gems become free. The best case scenario for the gems though is vendoring them at 2 gold 50 each. Now, if you can use them in catch-up gear though, you can often get more than that 2 gold 50 for each one, which is the main reason to why people do jewel crafting at all. It's to use that surplus of gems.
Ah, it is you.
Cypher etched ring. This quest was broken the other day. Let's see if it works today. Hang on. Be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. Question to all the Lego crafters: are rank 4s still profitable, or is there a surge of legendary levelers throwing that into the bin? Well, rank 4s you're never going to throw in the bin. The likelihood of a rank 4 ever selling for less than crafting cost is very slim. Mainly because you don't craft rank 4s unless you need to. The reason most lower level ranks, 1, 2, 3 and even 5, often sell for less than crafting cost is because you need to craft those whilst you're leveling. Rank 4s and rank 6s though, you don't craft them unless they're, you know, you're not crafting them for the sake of crafting them. You're only crafting them with the mindset of then selling them. So the usually they should, you know, the margin's going to be slim, but a rank 4 and a rank 6 should still be, at least for the most part, profitable. Plus, this is, yeah, like what we said earlier, there is going to be, this is kind of the last hurrah for those that want to get into legendaries right now. The materials are absolutely at the cheapest they are probably ever going to be. If you're not leveling legendaries now, you have to just admit to yourself that you're not getting in on that market at all. If you've already done it, congratulations, well done, you're on cash cow. But at this point, the materials are about as cheap as they're ever going to get for leveling legendaries. Meaning that there is probably quite a few people that are trying to get into it. Why craft when you can buy from people who panic and sell low? Well, you don't craft it for your own personal use. You're crafting it to make gold. There's not a single person that crafts and sells legendaries solely for their own, you know, for their own gearing. That's just not even feasible. I think he meant flipping. I'm pretty much of the opinion that flipping any crafted item is dangerous, because there's a huge quantity of players out there that can just remake that item at a moment's notice. I certainly wouldn't recommend. I mean, there have been occasions where I've bought legendaries purely for the purpose of flipping them. But the reason I've bought a legendary off somebody else is 9 times out of 10 to get a reset on the price. More so than just because I think I can sell it for more. Somebody keeps buying my rank 6s for a 6% margin, so I keep crafting them. Nice bit of additional capital on a new realm. Well, yeah, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. People buying buying stuff off you. Like I'm if you've covered the cost of legendaries, you can make 6% profit on something and be happy as pig in shit. Why? Because it's, you know, 6% profit on a 50k crafted item is still worth your time doing it. And as long as the materials are there to maintain it, just keep doing it. You're not trying to cover the costs of, you know, leveling those things up anymore. So why wouldn't you? But the thing is, I quite frequently see people trying to reset the markets on rank 6s so that they can maintain their like 100% profit margins, and then like the next day I'll just squish it back down again, because it's just unrealistic to be charging that sort of money for legendaries right now. I'd rather sell twice as many for half as much profit. Saturate the market a bit quicker that way. What's this quest we're doing? This buzzed. Now, this thing wasn't working the other day. Should we see if this thing works properly now? Oh, this thing works now. We can retrieve the debris, which is what we couldn't do the other day. We might be able to actually complete this quest. Oh shit, hang on, what's all of this? Vespoid is on your legs. Hello? What? These things like constantly sting us. That was not pleasant. Kind of hope that we get to the stage during the Lego surge that stock starts to run out, then resets can get fun. It's 9.1 showed. Yeah, that was that was pretty ridiculous. I'm scared to press this button again because it's gonna kill us. We didn't get any debuffs that time. Can you get crystals in the new zone? No. No. Korthite crystals are, by the name, crystals of Korthia. Okay, there's a 15-second cooldown on using that ability as well, and that's annoying. I mean, I definitely think with the fact that people are incentivized to buy 2 rank 7 legendaries, that I would not be surprised to see stock running out on some stuff. Especially since we already kind of know that the chances are is that people will be able to be incentivized to buy and, you know, actually craft their rank 7 legendaries the second that crafters are able to make them. Without that kind of without that delay in the middle, that delay between crafters being able to craft and people actually being able to use them, without that, it could cause like monstrous amounts of demand for them, like literally in one day, which is almost guaranteed to strip the market clean, at least for a day or two. Maybe I'll stockpile some after all. Yeah, I like I said, I'm not a fan of stockpiling. I'm less of a fan of suggesting other people stockpile. I know people always want to do it, and people try and do it, and some people are quite successful with it. But it's not a strategy that I like to, you know, advocate. Because it's basically gambling. Like, it doesn't matter how much information you have ahead of time, you are still gambling. And I'm not really one for suggesting people to gamble. Often, especially because more of the fact that the people I tend to see looking at stockpiling things are people who are looking to make a quick buck, who maybe don't have huge amounts of piles of gold as it is. Which more so probably the people that shouldn't be so actively gambling. But, you know, who am I to tell people what to do? Is this thing going to kill me? No, we're good. I have the downside of not really having any self-heals as a hunter. Have I got any food or something on me? I don't even carry food about. I'm a terrible player. Can I use this goop yet? No, still apparently in the wrong zone for goop. What's this thing? Suspiciously angry vault. Okay. What is a suspiciously angry vault? Doesn't appear we can interact with it. It's locked. How do we unlock a suspiciously angry vault? These 3 things are chilling around here. Do we have to get these things and bring it to the thing? I reckon we probably do. That's the trick here, isn't it? Let's find these things. We're looking for a star, a sphere, and a cube. What's this down here? Oh no, this is the target dummy thing. Hang on, there's a circly thing, look. A circly thing. A sphere. Let's use the right word. There's the circly thing. God, you'd never think that English is my first language, would you? And only language. An empowered key. Oh, okay. Does that automatically do a thing? I think that's automatically done a thing. There's also a chest down there, look. Cheeky chest. Cheeky chest, hide in. Cosmic flux. So that was the circle doodah. We need a cube. And we need a star. It can't be that far away. Hang on, here's a cube, look. So that's 2 of the 3. Where's the star going to be at? Is that a... No, that's not it. How far do you reckon we can go? What about in this building? Oh, I bet you it's in this building, look. Did you loot lots of Pog Essences already? The rares have a better chance to drop them. The only Progenitor Essentia that I've been able to loot myself is from Herbing and Mining. I've not got one off a rare. And I've still only ever got one of them. I think they are remarkably rare. Oh, there's the star, look. It's up there. But in the same breath, I don't think that they've actually properly implemented these Progenitor Essentia things yet. We know that they exist and we know what they're used for and we roughly know how to get them. But they don't seem to have done like material balancing for them. There's me trying to hop up things, forgetting the fact that I can just fly. Okay. That should be alright. So there's 3. This thing should be unlocked now. What does this do? Still says it's locked. Oh, now we can unlock it. And we get... What do we get? Go on, be something good. Oh, a rare. Okay. They might fine-tune the drop rate so that those things are going to cost hundreds of thousands. Well, the significant difference already is going to be the fact that you are going to be able to farm them in an unlimited quantity, which will probably, yes, mean that let's assume for the moment that it stays exactly the way that it is right now. Yes, the very first day there'll be 10k, 50k a piece or something ridiculous. But because they'll be able to be farmed unlimitedly by herbalists and miners, the likelihood will be is that they will drop in value very, very quickly. And it makes the entire thing very volatile. Believe it or not, the reason Korthite crystals are relatively stable in price is because you cannot actively farm them. If they were actively farmable, people would, you know, see it as a gold-making opportunity and go out and farm them. Not to mention that herbalists and miners are already going to be very incentivized to go out farming anyway, because, you know, new mats. New mats equals big prices. It's, I'm not entirely convinced just how the system's going to work. And I'm hoping that Blizzard has a plan for it and they're not just going to randomly ad hoc try and crowbar it in last minute. And I kind of hope we don't see what happened with Korthite crystals, where they randomly overnight decide, okay, you now need like 100 of these things. It depends what their goal is for rank 7s. Blizzard are not stupid. Blizzard will have... We didn't get any reputation for killing that, by the way. Blizzard are not stupid. They'll have seen what happened in 9.0 with legendaries, and they'll have seen what happened in 9.1 with legendaries. If they wish to repeat history, and if they wish to incentivize people to buy tokens to get their rank 7s, which, let's be honest, they're a business, they probably will, means that they will want the rank 7s to be pretty expensive. At least to begin with. Which, the easiest way for them to guarantee that to be a thing is to make it use a lot of materials. Make it use a stinky amount of materials. Make the materials difficult to acquire, and then hey presto, you've created a system that's going to result in an expensive rank 7. Now goblins will do that absolute best to make them expensive to begin with anyway, because that's kind of a goblin prerogative, right? To make as much gold as you can. But if it is, you know, even if they are super rare, the fact that you can farm for them on an unlimited basis will tank the price of them very quickly. I don't know if I need to do something to shake off these bugs, but they're gonna kill me. As a player, I want them to tank Lego prices hard to like max 30k. Yeah. Yeah, most players aren't exactly impressed with having to spend quite literally hundreds of thousands of gold every patch. Because your average player doesn't want to do that. Why do they not want to do that though? Because, you know, in their eyes, the only way to acquire that amount of gold is to put their hand in their pocket and pull out, you know, 20 bucks for a token. Because actually, you know, like we're the proactive ones at trying to make gold. It's what we enjoy doing. As a, you know, a micro community within the game, we understand how to make the gold, and we enjoy doing it for the most part. Average Joe tends not to. Average Joe, if he needs gold, he buys a token. And so every patch, not only seeing the cost of, you know, how much is it going to cost me to resub for this month, but then how much am I going to have to spend on tokens to get the gear that I need to do the content that I want to do. Gold has always been part of the game, and people had to spend many gold on potions and vanilla and crafted gear in TBC. Yes, but the difference was at the time you couldn't buy gold. And so actually it became part of the gameplay loop. Like, you know, to be able to raid, you would probably spend an hour or two herbing on a character. You would craft some potions. You'd prepare for the raid. Reputation with the Enlightened increased by 1. Increased by 1. Okay, Blizzard. Get your shit together now. 1 reputation for killing a rare. Alright. What's this then? What's this? Yeah, back to my point is that, you know, gold and cost of consumables to go do raiding and stuff like that, it was part of the gameplay loop. There was no way to circumvent it by just buying it like there is now. There's a chest up there, look. Which is a significant difference to why you can't really compare today to TBC or whatever, or vanilla. Because the options weren't the same. How long does it take for average Joe to afford a legendary? Well, I mean, you can assume that average Joe has access to nothing more than just, like, maybe herbalism and mining. Players' income is very heavily based upon whatever is the lowest common denominator. Now, anybody can very easily pick up herbalism and pick up mining and go and gather some materials and sell them on the auction house. That's literally, you know, that's day 1 of gold making school. Sure, you also have things like callings and you know, that sort of stuff as well, but like I frequently consider gold that you make from callings and the mission table and this sort of stuff to be just falls into the category for me of just playing the game. The most entry-level form of gold making I foresee to be actually, like, you know, some basic gathering or some farming of some sorts. That's kind of the lowest, most entry-level way to make gold. And the way that it's structured at the moment is that if you want to make 100,000 gold in the game today, you probably need to put in somewhere between 5 to 10 hours of farming to achieve that. Because let's also not forget that when somebody first picks up herbalism and mining, they don't have, you know, optimal routes. They don't know what the materials are that they need and all this sort of stuff. By the time you've done it for a while and by the time you've researched it for a while, you might have, you know, a better understanding of what you're doing and be able to make more gold per hour, to use the typical metrics. But that's not where you start. So ultimately meaning that there's the option, yes, of like either I spend 10 to let's just say 10 hours farming gold to be able to buy the legendary that I want to acquire. And that's farming as well. That's just something that people consider a means to an end. They're not enjoying doing it. They're doing it because they need the gold, not because they want to be doing it. So that's 10 hours where they're not doing Mythic Plus. That's 10 hours where they're not doing raiding. That's 10 hours when they're not getting the reputation they need. Or 10 hours they're not getting the gear that they need. It's a long-ass time to play a game. You know, 10 hours, or that, I know it's an MMO and I know we pay for it monthly. But the matter of the fact is quite simple, is that, you know, 10 hours is 10 hours. There are some games out there that you pay $60 for that don't even have 10 hours worth of gameplay. You know? And that's how some people look at it, which is why the decision to, you know, the option they're then presented with is either doing something for 10 hours that they really don't want to be doing and are not going to enjoy doing, or they take 20 bucks out their back pocket. Or they don't do either and then complain about it, which is equally possible. The options are not great. The options are not great. And this is why it's often people in the goal making community tend to get quite passionate about it, because they want there to be better options. They want, you know, they want goal making and the professions to be a sizable part of the game. And this is why I'm always advocating for professions to have some element of gameplay to them. I don't want to buy shit off a trainer, because that nullifies all aspects of gameplay. If I can go with a bunch of materials to a trainer and maximize a profession in like 10 minutes, where's the gameplay in that? There isn't any. There's literally nothing. And so when there's no gameplay, there's no fun. Now I'm worried about the future of professions. If they start linking them with token sales, yeah, it's not good. Yeah. Well, that was incredibly obvious to me when they made the changes to Korthite crystals so late in the day. Needing 40 Korthite crystals to craft a single vestige was very calculated. Very calculated. They knew, because they implemented it, just how easy it was to acquire, or how many of these Korthite crystals you could acquire. They tried to structure it so that people over the period of 4 weeks might just have enough Korthite crystals to make their rank 7. That was kind of that was how I think they balanced it. With Cosmic Flux though, this time, people in theory, given the option of being able to get a rank 7, I don't think Cosmic Flux is going to be the bottleneck. 2,000 Cosmic Flux to make your rank 7 is really not that bad, considering you get like 50 to 75 Cosmic Flux from just doing a daily quest. And there's going to be other sources to get the stuff from as well. The one-time rares are dropping like 200 Cosmic Flux each. You go gather 10 treasures and you've got enough to get to craft your rank 7. That's probably not going to be a big deal if it stays the way that it is. $20 is not even an hour's worth of work, IRL. Well, see, this is the difference, right? It is to some people and it's not to others. And this is why the token price in the EU is significantly higher than that in the US. Because the majority of the player base who play on the NA servers would agree with you that, yeah, $20 is like whatever, just no biggie. They'll just buy the token when they need that gold. Whereas in many places in the EU, I mean, the reason why gold making is more prolific in the EU is because there's some countries out there that even paying the $10-12 a month to play the game is a large percentage of their monthly income. They wouldn't be able to play the game if they had to pay for the game, you know, out their back pocket, because the currency conversion to their currency from dollars is not favorable. And so they farm gold and they try to play the game for free because of that reason. Which is why you always get huge amounts of kickback. Any time in the gold making community, the whole, oh, just buy a token argument comes up. It's why it gets dismissed very quickly. The fact that, yes, sure, if you're a millionaire, $20 is $20. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you might not have a spare $20 to buy a virtual piece of gear in a video game. You might not have like 20 or 30 bucks a month for your hobbies. You might just not have that money. That's the point. And so, you know, you should be able to dedicate some time and some enjoyment and some of your recreational activity time towards achieving the same thing comfortably in the game as well. But I think the whole conversation's getting a little bit too meta now. Where's the last... Where are these last bug things? I need 5 more pieces of debris. Oh, we can go this way to get some, okay. Hang on, here we go. Here we go. Let's grab this. Ooh, my pet's getting slapped about. I suppose if you go fight a bunch of bees, that's going to happen, isn't it? It's interesting, actually, and I think this is why there are some, for example, there are some YouTube channels out there that nearly entirely focus on classic goal making now. And while I tend to have the opinion of that farming gold in classic is a bit of an oddball thing to do, when you think about it, it tails back to the fact that unless you're willing to break the game's terms of service and buy gold in classic, your only source of gold is that of acquiring it yourself through the game. Meaning that, people who are not willing to break the rules and just buy gold are more interested in finding out legitimate ways to do it. This is kind of why I think gold making in retail is a dying art. That the longer the game goes on, and the more that the game is designed in a fashion to incentivize the buying of tokens, the less likelihood that there is of players actually wanting to put the time and effort into making it themselves. I know I'm trying to build a career out of something that's slowly dying, but I'll figure that one out myself. Did that bee quest on the PTR yesterday with a 130 item level druid? Oh yeah, many deaths from the stings, I can imagine. I don't think you know, but there are some people whose wage is so low by USD, like $5 is maybe a month's rent, or a loaf of bread for that day. I'm entirely aware of it, and this it's the USD conversion to some people's local currency is that bad that they physically can't afford to pay the sub fee for the game. Shadowlands Classic when? I think we're going to get Wrath and then they'll call it a day. I don't think they're going to go further than Wrath. There is lots of Wrath babies out there, and people hold a lot because Wrath was in many people's eyes, Wrath was the heyday. Because, that's when there was 12 million subs and all of this sort of business. Many people hold Wrath of the Lich King in high regard. Much past that, though. Not so much. What are we doing with these? Why can't we do anything with these? What's going on? Automa inspected. Inspect 10 Automa. Need assistance to operate properly. We fulfill this purpose, but outdoors we have too many interruptions. We cannot properly address them all. Please assist some dude in inspecting and reviewing the performance of them. Do we need to talk to somebody first then? I don't seem to be able to click on them or do anything with them. I feel I'm missing a step. I feel I need somebody in tow to inspect these with me. Where did we get this quest from? Provis cache key required. Do we have any of those? Sandsworn chest key fragment. Combine 5 Sandsworn sweat. Oh, we combined 5. Let's make one of those. Sandsworn chest key. That's not the right one for this. Deathforge key. That's not the right one either. Okay, we're missing something to unlock that one. I remember so much negative mood during Wrath, talking about how it was the end of the game, LFG ruining it all, etc, etc. Yeah, I remember farming Lightless Silk whilst listening to people complain about Wrath. I mean, people complain about every expansion ever in existence, ever. It's just, you know, it's just the World of Warcraft thing, right? The current expansion's always the worst expansion that's ever been, in some people's eyes. There's no escaping that. I have literally no clue what I'm doing with these things. I don't seem to be able to interact with these in any way, shape or form. I think I'm missing a trick somewhere, but I don't know what it is. And we'll come back to that one. Let's go do... Where's everything on my map gone now? Okay, we're going up here somewhere. It's hard when a game's around for that long that you're aging with it. It's harder to relate to your current experience with your experience back when you were a kid with no responsibilities playing WoW 16 hours a day. I mean, that's an element of it, yeah. It's not the only element, but it's certainly one. I mean, I was talking about this the other day. That in my opinion, it's not the WoW's doing anything inherently wrong. It's more the fact that the gaming industry, just as a whole, has developed and progressed and moved on. We have new genres of games that we didn't have previously. We have more competition in the gaming scene than we had previously. The downside is that WoW has not really. It's kind of it's found, you know, it's found the golden ticket, and it's reprinted that golden ticket every expansion. It's not really gone out of its way to create or do much of anything new, which is now why, although it's not it's not inherently doing anything wrong, it's just there's better options out there for some people. Better alternative options that there never used to be. Like, if you were to play an MMO, you either played WoW or you didn't play an MMO. There really wasn't really, you know, there was no competition there. You played WoW or you played Call of Duty. But now there's competition, which there wasn't once. Bingo, I'm a genius. We got 100 reputation for doing that. Oh, that was a world quest as well, though. That kind of makes sense. This is why I don't really think that, you know, the naysayers for WoW, that they're not inherently just wrong. They're often complaining about valid things, but Blizzard haven't really built upon their success. They found their success at an age where they were quite genuinely 5 to 10 years ahead of everybody else. But 5 to 10 years has passed now. And they haven't iterated or really built upon anything in that time. They've just re-released something very similar each and every time. The game hasn't really evolved in any way, shape or form. Yeah, we've had new zones. Yeah, we've had some new levels to kill. But the concept is still exactly the same as it was 17 years ago. The era of Blizzard games dominating 3 different genres. WoW, Diablo, StarCraft. Yeah. People say WoW is bad, but that's why that they left. But do you realise how many games you can play at the moment? The competition is ridiculous. Yeah, the gaming industry is as booming as it ever was. And like I said, the thing is now for WoW is there's not just alternative games to play. There's direct competition. I mean, look at what Final Fantasy has been able to do. Final Fantasy has been able to take a game within the same genre and create something that is arguably a direct competitor for WoW. And in many people's eyes is better. Not because it is objectively better, but just because it's different to the game they've been playing for 10 years. It's something just new. Like, for no other reason than it's probably not better. It's just new, and it's just different. And that's more so what people want. WoW's not done anything particularly new or particularly different for a long, long time. And I honestly think more people quit World of Warcraft not because they just get bored of it. They've played it too much. And this is why I would love to see World of Warcraft get to a mode where they forget, or they try and detach themselves from this need to get people to play every single day. The daily login bonus is not something that we really need. But it's a catch-22 situation, right? They feel as if they need to offer some people something to do every day because people pay a monthly subscription for the game. And that's the problem that I don't think any single person nor Blizzard really understand how to fix. You kind of can't have both. People will get bored of your game really quickly if you give them if you're, incentivizing them to log in every single day. But if you also, incentivize somebody to you need to incentivize them to log in every single day if you also want to charge them a monthly subscription for it. Because otherwise, people will then not see value in the monthly subscription. I think they just need to go back to, they need to choose a direction. In my opinion, one of the biggest faults for this is their kind of half-hearted approach to alts through the last couple of expansions. Blizzard don't seem to be able to make their mind up. Is this game designed to be alt-friendly, or is it not? Both options are perfectly valid, but they really need to just hurry up and choose one. Either make it so that doing anything on an alt is so, detrimental and so time-consuming that nobody wants to do it, and so they focus all of their time and efforts into a single character. Then they can design a game that is, designed with that in mind. Make it so that there is enough gameplay for somebody to have a character. Some of you guys must remember the days where to switch your main character was to basically say goodbye to your old character. The alts weren't a thing. You didn't have an alt, you re-rolled. That was kind of the way that you did it. And that's perfectly acceptable. But you need to make the game with that mindset from the start. And on the flip side of that, if you don't want to make it so that you have one character and everything you do on that one character is on one character, then they need to really double down on the alt friendliness. They need to make reputations account wide. They need to make it so that if you achieve something in game, the next character that you log on to also has that ability. But yeah, they need to make their mind up. And the longer they sit in this kind of limbo, it just pisses everybody off. The fact that the people who are happy to play the game and want to have lots of ults, want to then have lots of ults, but then get pissed off with things like having to repeat rep grinds on 7 different characters for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, they just need to choose. Pick a direction and go with it. And like I said, in my opinion, neither way is right or wrong. The only wrong choice is to not pick a choice, which is what they're doing now. And we've seen this the last couple of expansions, that they really cannot decide whether this game is meant to be ult-friendly or not. As soon as they make a decision on that, I think they'll fix a lot of the problems naturally. I mean, not that New World has ended up being the, you know, overwhelming success that people once thought it might be. But one thing they did do very well is give people access. You have one character in New World. You have no incentive to play another character because that one character has the ability to do everything. Now, like I said, we can't use New World as an example of, you know, fantastic long-term gameplay design because it's falling flat on its ass, but there's many other reasons behind that. But, you know, the restriction that we still have 15 years into the game of only being able to have 2 primary professions, that is, in some people's minds, the main reason why they roll ults, to have access to more of the professions. But, you know, then when you do that, you feel penalised for doing that because you then have to go out and do the same rep grind again, purely because it's a different character. It's and in an age where, you know, there's no other choices. Sure. Oh, what is this? This is new. I've not seen this before. Is this? Oh, Bejeweled is back. I still don't know what I'm meant to be doing, other than I guess I'm just going to clear things until something happens. God, Nazjatar PTSD all over again. Huh. Well, there we go. I got 7 gold for doing that. Yippee-ki-yay. Right, I need to try and work out this. In fact, if I abandon this, that was this daily quest. Okay, let's go hand in patterns with patterns. I want to go hand in patterns with patterns because I want to get another one of those loot boxes and see what comes out of it. I've done the rep grind in Korthia 11 times. Yeah, and by the time you did it once, maybe twice, you know, what was your, you know, your level of fun when you were redoing it? You know, probably 0. How does the new zone feel? Is it a lot of travel? Now I've got flying. It's fine. Before you get flying, I mean, even then it's not too bad. I can't bash the new zone too heavily. I don't think it's a great zone overall, but it's also not terrible. It's better than Korthia.
I will aid you as best I can.
250 rep for the patterns with patterns quest. A box of goodies, which contains a bunch of gold, nearly 1,000 gold, a 250 anima matrix, An enigmatic cowl that has an ability on it. What's this? Grants Pocopoc the ability to take over creatures without consuming energy. This ability grows more powerful as you research the ciphers of the first ones. Oh! Oh! So this is what you would consider cipher gear. This has got some of the ability take over creatures without consuming energy. Ah, how does that work then? This says that the ability grows more powerful as you research ciphers of the first ones. How can that ability not be any more powerful than consume no energy? What's it going to grant energy? How can it go less than 0? That's odd. Now you see, 239 piece of gear would actually be quite attractive to me if this wasn't the PTR. I don't care about this piece of gear now, but that's because we get free gear on the PTR at the moment, so. That's our first piece of what I would consider, you know, cipher gear. I'll keep this in my bags as it'll be interesting to see just how this does. As we spend more ciphers on stuff, how this will interact. For me, I'd rather see more focus on the journey, e.g. leveling, rather than the destination, the end game. I'd be very happy to see another 60 levels per expansion to progress through, rather than hitting max level in 6 to 8 hours. Yeah, I agree that the leveling in theory should be a huge part of the MMO. Some games do a good job of integrating what we consider end game content into the game whilst you are leveling. You know, in terms of having, you could have scaled dungeons, for example, that I don't know. I don't know exactly where I was going with that, but I mean, I know we have normal, and then you unlock heroic, and then you eventually end up doing mythic, but that's still, you know, pushing people towards the end game for the highest gear more so. I don't know. Yeah, my overall feeling is quite simple. As soon as they figure out this whole, is WoW meant to be alt friendly or not? If they were to focus on that as a you know, a core gameplay design, decide whether the game's meant to be alt friendly or not, and whichever decision you choose, go deep with it. Either make it so that running an alt is so terribly bad that nobody would ever consider doing it, and then it basically becomes you no longer have alts, you just, you know, you re-roll if you want to play another class. But then you obviously have the risk that you have to make each individual class feel like there's, you know, a full game's worth of gameplay in each one. Back in the day, before alts were super, you know, alt friendly, one thing I used to say to people about, because I used to get, I mean, WoW has not always been a particularly fashionable game, let's put it that way. Many of my friends IRL have like looked at me funny for playing WoW for years, and I'd often get questions like, well, how can you play this game like so much? And my answer was always very simple, is that there was almost an unlimited amount of things for me to do. I could play a character and a spec and go and play the game, and then if I was done being a hunter or I was done being a paladin, I could take a similar but different journey with another class. And so it basically meant that there was it felt like there was an unlimited amount of stuff I could be doing in this game. There was never a boring day. But when we live in this kind of like, it's sort of alt friendly, but it's sort of not, you're naturally put off by rolling alts, because you then go, oh, I'm going to have to grind this again, or I have to unlock that again. And you don't get the same feeling of, you know, they almost need to rein this alt friendliness back a bit. I'd much rather they go to a day where you just play one character, and once you're done with that one character, you know, that's it. Nothing kills content more than do it for power. Yeah. Yeah, they need to tell, they need to learn how to tell a good story. If they learn how to tell a good story, they'd also fix a lot of problems. And one of my favourite rants is obviously the lack of voice acting in this game. A game as developed as World of Warcraft in theory should be after 17 years, yet they still can't have voice acting. It's like, come on. Like, it would be so much more engaging if you just put voice acting in. Sometimes I have the urge to make a new account, just one character, and go and do all the quests in the game. That'd be so much stuff to do though. On my Hunter, I'm probably not far off that on my Hunter. I don't know how many quests I've done on my Hunter, but there was a period of time where I basically did that. I basically went through every single zone and just did every single quest in every single zone. There are still quests, reps that I haven't done ever. Problem is you outgrow far too quickly and then it becomes pointless. Yes, just literally taking an entire expansion's worth of effort and putting it in the bin as soon as we move to a new one is equally something that I think they could revisit. And I think they're aware of that. We see this with Time Walking, that they want to be able to reuse elements of the game that they've built previously to provide people fresh new content. Mage Tower was a fantastic example of that, but that was literally the ace up their sleeve because the entire the WoW community had been begging for the Mage Tower to come back for years. Pretty much ever since it left the game in Legion, people were like, "Oh, that was really good. Can we not have that back?" And it took nearly 2 entire expansions before they brought it back in at least in some fashion. Most people enjoy Twisting Corridors. Why do people hate Torghast but like Twisting Corridors? Because they weren't forced into Twisting Corridors. I think there's 2 sides to that story. Twisting Corridors allows you to get super duper mega OP and just go into Zerg crazy mode. It's like sandbox crazy mode. Which is what people like. Torghast, on the other hand, it stops you from playing just as it starts to get fun, which really blows my mind why they did it that way. Just as you're starting to get powerful enough for it to start feeling really quite fun, it's game over. You have to restart it and do it again. It feels like a really, really weird decision to make, and especially in patch 9.1 where it went from being 6 floors down to 5. They made it even worse. Like, you didn't even quite get to the point where you felt as if you were becoming strong and overpowered. And it's another one of those weird situations where Blizzard have felt the need to balance something they didn't really need to balance. The fun of Torghast is, you know, the stars aligning, you getting those ridiculously overpowered abilities, and you just going ham. And it was a really weird decision for them to do it the way that they did. It's like they tried to take all of the essence of a roguelite, but then at the very same time dismiss all of the elements that make a roguelite good. It's just baffling. It doesn't make any sense. Torghast would be so good if you get crazy powers on floor 1 and 2 and then just go burr from 3 to 5. Yeah, but you can't do that anymore. Yet you can if you do it in Twisting Corridors, because there's enough chance for you to ramp up. It's because they made it mandatory for Legos. Yeah, like, it is true that as soon as you attach player power to something, you run the risk of just killing its enjoyment completely. Islands were the same. I'm convinced that people would still run islands consistently to this day, if they hadn't made it the most optimal way to grind neck levels in BFA. If they hadn't done that, if they hadn't attached player power to islands, I'm nearly certain that people would still run them today just because they're quite fun. But people played them so much in BFA, and it entirely killed the enjoyment of the zone, because they weren't doing it because they felt like they wanted to. They were doing it because they felt like they had to. And they kind of did the same thing again with Torghast, making it so that people didn't do it because it was a fun thing to do. They did it because they needed that stupid little bit of soul ash at the end of it. Oh damn, haven't tested solo islands? Islands are quite fun. I like this from a gameplay perspective. I quite enjoy islands. It's another one of those things, right? That you're meant to be able to run in there, and they're not meant to be super difficult unless you choose to make them super difficult. And you basically just blast through everything that's there. And it's also a good sandbox zone to, you know, just try and learn your class a little bit. You come across different mobs, and some will stun you, and some will root you, and, you know, there's some rares, and you can run around, and you can feel powerful, even though you're really not, you know, because it's all scaled anyway. During Shadowlands PTR, Torghast was played immensely just for the challenge. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it was, I mean, Preach was frequently doing his, like, doing his races in Torghast. You know, they'd take two, you know, you and a buddy, do your own Torghast, and you'd race to the end. Just little silly things like that, which you can't really do now, because it's all too homogenized and balanced. I'm all for balance in areas of the game where balance is needed, but Blizzard's desire to balance every aspect of the game is dumb. Like, Mage Tower did not need balancing. Torghast does not need balancing. Take out group Torghast runs if that's the problem. Make Torghast an entirely solo adventure, then you don't need to balance it. Because who are you harming if you become overpowered? Nobody. But anyway, I'm in serious danger of continuing ranting for hours at this point if I get going. you guys have unlocked a rant in Ranthius again. I can't remember what we were doing. We were doing the we handed in the. We haven't actually got a huge amount to do out in Zereth Mortis right now. Apart from maybe run around and kill rares and stuff, but. We are still only friendly with the Enlightened. I didn't check if anything had changed on this dude. I don't think anything's changed. It wasn't me. I asked about Pog Essences. I mean, that feels like hours ago at this point. All of that's the same. Torghast wasn't supposed to be attached to player power, but Soul Ash was supposed to be got from somewhere else. Can be mistaken about it, but I think it was attached rather late in the beta. Yeah, people had been testing Torghast on the Shadowlands beta for quite literally months before Soul Ash showed its face. Because I remember I was obviously, during the beta, I remember I was focusing pretty heavily on how these legendaries were working. Because I very quickly worked out that it was going to be this expansion's cash cow, and I wanted to know as much about it, and I wanted to talk about it as much as possible to let as many people know. And it was literally a month or so before the release of the game when Soul Ash became a thing, and people started to work out and calculate just how much Soul Ash you needed to get your legendaries. The quantities were changing quite frequently. As they were balancing just how much of it you needed. They were also then locking down the difficulty of and limiting. This is the stupid thing, right? They were limiting people's ability to go ham in Torghast so that one player wouldn't have an advantage over another. A great example of them balancing a zone in an area of the game that didn't need balancing. Torghast should have been, here's a sandbox where you can just go crazy. People don't even quite realise to this day that there's actually hidden limitations on which powers you can get. You can, like, each power, you can only get, like, there are some powers you can literally only get once. So you can't stack them, and you can't get too overpowered. If you get it early in the run, you won't see it again later in the run. If you get one power in Torghast, you then won't get another one later in the run. It's deliberately designed to prevent you from getting overpowered, which is madness, because that's exactly what that zone should be. It should be a chance for you to go in there, pick up a bunch of random stuff, and one out of every 3 or 4 runs you do in there, you should just get super duper mega ridiculously level, like, OP, and you just blast through and have fun. Look at PvP, for example, right? The PvP Battlegrounds. What is the #1 thing that people enjoy about PvP? Dumpstering other players. Like, actually running in and just dumpstering somebody. If you can one-shot somebody in PvP, that is the best feeling in the world. Torghast could have been the PvE equivalent of that, right? You get a couple of really good powers and you just dumpster the entire zone. You pull the thing and you zerg it down in one. Nothing more fun than that. Nothing more fun than that. That is why people collect gear in the first place. People chase gear. Why? To be more powerful. They messed up so badly with Torghast. We can sum up all of WoW's problems in one sentence. It should be a must for the devs to play WoW. Yeah, you kind of forget that, don't you? You forget that there's a very, very strong chance that most of the devs don't even play the game. They just, you know, they make the game because it's the job. We're back to Torghast ranting. Yeah, I don't know how it happened. I turned around and I moved about 20 yards and I started again. I'm sorry. Let's jump on the druid. Log out. Let's get out of here. Let's jump on the druid. Let's run around. Let's see how many of these pog essences we can get. We'll do a timed. How long have we been streaming? We'll do like a timed half-an-hour farm on the druid just to see if we can start putting some numbers to these pog essences. I need to distract myself with something that's not complaining about Torghast. Right. It's this one. No, it's Pog Essence, isn't it? Specifically Pog Essence, because that's got the speed set as well. How's Draenor going? Good distraction, my friend. Good distraction. Pretty well. We've actually maxed out Jewel crafting on Draenor now. We've unlocked rank 4 rings and rank 4 necks. So it's time to craft some, sell some for a few days. Make a bit of profit on those. Have you done Torghast on Draenor yet? Shut up, Dirt. Shut up. We're in danger of going full circle. Right. Let's do. How many Pog Essences do I have? I have 1. I should also point out. Look at the vendor price on these things. Look at the vendor price on these things. 50 gold vendor price on these things. These things are going to cost an absolute bomb to put them on the auction house. These are stupid expensive to list. I've been cooped up in my own home for over a week. Sick AF, I have nothing else to do. I forgot you caught the Rona, didn't you? I remember. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're maybe going a bit stir crazy then. Well, you've got an excuse for saying silly things then. It's alright. It's fine. Right, ignoring the fact that we've already got 1, we'll minus 1 off our total eventually. Let's do a timer. Let's Let's get our timer on the go. Let's zip about for half an hour, hopefully without getting too distracted, picking up herbs and ore, and see just how much stuff we get. Now, the question becomes, is I have on this character an entire speed set. I'm thinking that to do something, we should do a comparison, right? We should probably do a comparison with no speed set, just so I can see what is it going to be like for most. Or do we think that there's not going to be a single soul that's farming in Zereth Mortis without one of these speed sets? Do we think these are so overpowered that they'll become mandatory for farming? I think they will, because they are crazy powerful. I'm pretty sure I got a Pog Essence in a chest yesterday on the PTR. It might be similar to that of Korthia in terms of the fact that there might be a rare chance for them in chests. I think I might do it with the full speed set just to begin with. It does mean I have to use this stupid Sky Golem. %, of 50s, 7 gold, 50 a piece. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 50 gold vendor price on these things is going to make them very expensive to list on the auction house if people aren't aware. But, I mean, that will be made up by the fact that if they're 10,000 gold a piece, people don't care. You know? But we'll see. Right, timer, go. Let's go collect. Oh, I haven't got Shadowlands Gathering enchant. Oh, well, boo-hoo. It'll be fine. I might just fly around the middle. We'll just do lots of flying around the middle and see what we get. I'll go by a simple rule of that if I have to aggro something to pick it up, I don't pick it up. Then we're not concerned too great about, you know, time to kill and gearing and all that bullshit. If we have to aggro something to pick it up, we ignore it. We move on. It's a rule I tend to have with farming. It creates a what's the word? It removes a variable. It removes gearing from, you know, as a variable. Done so many COVID tests, my nose feels violated. Oh dear. Rich lithium deposit. Big. Oh. 4. Not that rich then. Have I ever mentioned just how much I really, really hate the Sky Golem? the fact that it wibble wobbles across the screen. Oh my, you never know quite exactly where you're going to land. It's honestly one of the most frustrating mounts to use. And I know I'm a druid right now. And I know it makes no sense for me to be using it as a druid. But if I go into flight form, I don't get the speed buff for my gear, because it only affects mounted speed. I'm 110% faster in a Sky Golem, even as a druid. How ridiculous is that? I mean, it's probably not quite as ridiculous as farming on the PTR, but you know what I mean. What I haven't done is, I should really actually, if I think about it, I should probably track the materials I get as well. In fact, no, I can't be bothered. You guys can see the materials here. I'm just trying to get a gauge of actually, you know, just how lucrative this zone is in terms of materials. You know, let's look at it from the perspective of that we've never easily been able to gather Elithium via flying, which leads me to the belief that the second people get the ability to fly out here, Elithium's going to take a nosedive, because never have we been able to farm Elithium this quickly and easily. We've eventually been able to run around them more, but we've never been able to fly around them more. Now, you know, that's going to make a huge difference to the amount of Elithium people can gather. Just do what content creators are doing, farm for 5 minutes, then multiply it by 12. So, is that I don't know if that's a dig at any one specific person, but generally that's quite funny, yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit, you know, guilty of that at times. I have been known to farm for 20 minutes and multiply it by 3. I am guilty of such atrocious behaviours. But then again, I can count the amount of farming videos on my channel literally on one hand, so. I'm going to break my own rule and kill this thing just because it's a lush nightshade and I'm intrigued. What's the most common combined gathering profession on a toon? Herb miner, herb skinner. Oh, herb mining for sure. You'll probably want skinning on a different character. Okay, this is where the difference is going to be, right? There's going to be lots of these. There's going to be. Oh my god, that slowed me. Escape. That's really bad news. That thing. That was seriously not worth my time. What was I saying? I can't remember. Oh yeah, herbalism and mining for sure. Like skinning, you'll have on a separate character, and arguably, I mean, not that I'm a big farmer in any way, shape, or form, but from what I see, is that if you have skinning, you'll probably also then use that character for something else, maybe like 2x4 farming, which means you might be incentivized to become like a tailor or something. No, I don't have the gathering enchant. I'm a terrible human. Progenium deposit. Amateur farmer. Well, I mean, I absolutely am. I just giggle at people that min-max their farming. It's like, honestly. I mean, sure, but... Get out of it. Get out of it. Farming is a means to an end for me. I never see the need to try and min-max farming. Is why I'm certainly not going to spend hours trying to maximize and optimize a farming route or any of this sort of business. I just don't see what's the point. Like, as soon as you have enough gold to not farm anymore, stop farming, for Christ's sake. Where's the herb? Oh, it's there. Stupid tarantulas. Right, well, we're not getting it. 5 nightshade. And then seconds later, first flower. Times 2. Where's the herb? Oh, it's around the other side. Oh, no, it's here, look. Cheeky. Cheeky. Elusive rich lithium deposit. Still only 4 pieces of ore. Doesn't feel very elusive or rich to me. There's a first flower around here still somewhere. Oh, it's here, look. Yoink. Yeah, I see that as a common it's a common thing with farming, that people just, you know, they find it just therapeutic, almost relaxing to just run around monotonously farming. And that I get. That's cool. I've got no issues against that being the situation. But that still doesn't mean that you need to be super duper optimizing whatever it is you're doing. I mean, at that point, you're probably just, you know, you're going to end up stressing about something that's meant to be the relaxing thing. If it's therapeutic to just fly around and gather things, just fly around and gather things. Why make it complicated? I've managed to do a 180 somehow. I'm now back on the same route that I was to begin with. We're 10 minutes in and we haven't got a Pog Essence, by the way. So at this rate, even absolutely best case scenario, even if we get one like in the next 10 seconds, we still might only be able to average out 5 or 6 an hour. But then let's consider, you know, at the moment at least, we only need a single Pog Essence to make a 260, was it 262, 263? I can't remember the item level. Crafter's Mark of the big one. And we only need 2 of them to make a legendary. Can't even work out where that is. It's only a Death Blossom. This is why I'm utterly convinced that we're going to see a huge spike in the amount of these Pog Essences that we need to craft legendaries. And I would not be surprised if we see something as outrageous as like 80 of them or something silly. Oh, a treasure chest. Do I have the reset? I don't. No, I don't. What I probably will do is get a little bit of testing under my belt without it, and then look at picking that up to see what the difference is with it or without it. Although it seems to be it's not just a flat rate increase. It means that you have to talk to one of the Giro out here, who offers you one of 3 different buffs, and one of those buffs might be. I've got aggro somewhere. One of those buffs could be an increase to the gather quantities. So it's not as it doesn't appear to be as straightforward as just, you know, here's more stuff. Blizzard got to show them numbers to Microsoft to sell tokens. Doesn't matter. The price is agreed on. But yeah, you're right. Hey, explore Zereth Mortis. Check me out. But yeah, the big thing for me is going to be the value of Elysium once people get the ability to fly. Because lithium seems to be holding relatively steady at sort of, you know, between 60 and 100 gold a piece on most realms. Yet, that is all based on the fact that, sure, you can get a lithium periodically in the 4 main zones. But the primary source of a lithium is Korthia and the Moor, which at no point have you been able to fly in. Hence, it holding its value quite high. Once we get the ability to fly and I can just zip about and I can be picking up a lithium like in what I presume to be pretty sizable quantities by the time you've done an hour's worth of farming. That could be a different story with the price of a lithium. Which in turn will be fun because, you know, lithium being the big component for not only Jewelcraft, or it can be the big component for jewel crafting, but it's the main component that goes into blacksmithing. So, any quick dramatic price adjustments, it's going to mean that any crafted blacksmith legendaries you have are going to be quite volatile, quite risky, because if a lithium takes a 20 gold per nosedive almost overnight because people can all of a sudden start farming it far more effectively, that means, you know, it could be as high as 20, 30, 40% reduction in its value. It's going to have a knock-on effect to the value of those legendaries as well. And jewel crafting, because of course many jewel crafters end up prospecting a lithium to get the essences, just because prospecting Leystrike takes forever. It's gonna make 9.2 a Zerg fest. I think the more I think about it, did I get 18 Leystrike ore from that? I did. Woohoo! I think the more I think about it, the more I agree with Lazy that 9.2 gold making is just going to be a Zerg fest. It's going to be, you're going to want to make as much gold as you can, as quick as you can, and then you're going to want to peace out. You're going to want to get in there, and you're going to want to cash out. If this is the last major expansion of the game, you're going to want to get in, get out, nice and quick, because everything will tank to 0 towards the end of the expansion. This is why having somewhere in the region of about 20 million gold in pre-crafted legendaries right now is relatively risky. Wow, a Leystrike literally right next to it. Why pre-craft when you can just stock the mats? It doesn't matter. The risk is the same. I suppose the risk is not quite the same, but it's virtually the same. In theory, obviously, yeah, you could resell the mats. You like once you've crafted it, you've crafted it. But it's still one of those that. I mean, my inventory, for example, on legendaries, I stock 5 of every rank 6. Which equates to somewhere, based on current prices, of nearly 10 million gold in ranks, just rank 6s alone. That I have in stock at any given point. But I'm always cautious of that. If the value of them went to 0 tomorrow and I had to vendor them all, I wouldn't care, because I believe I've covered the cost of them. I'm now just rinse and repeat. I've made enough money from legendaries. Inert progenium ore. That's an odd. Getting grey items from mining. It's an odd one. Stupid worms. Are you using the Wowhead app /looter so you can up? No, I'm not. No. Got to stop hanging around in here. Got 1.8 million liquid and I feel in debt. Sorry. Sorry. I do understand that I accidentally quite often end up talking at quite high levels, which is I'm not trying to be off-putting or anything. I don't want people to feel that way. It's just it's the topics of conversation that are fresh in my mind, the things that I'm thinking about. And I go by the belief that if I'm thinking about it, there are others that are definitely thinking about it, so... I mean, I'm relatively public in what I do, but I still don't consider myself like a big-time gold maker. I still think I'm pretty casual about it. I just, I'm just more public about doing it than most people are. What is this? That's going to be a rare, isn't it? Okay, its attack speed is too fast. Seems like the new ore or herb appears in desert parts, but not much in the green parts. Once our gather mate has got once we've done a few laps, we might be able to look at things like that. Yeah, it might be that the new stuff spawns more in the sand biome. The sand biome is far more deadly. Oh, this is a treasure. Is this going to spawn a rare? I'm going to be annoyed if it doesn't spawn a rare. What's a coral sash? 229 BOE. Okay. Because the sand biome is far more deadly to be in. Nearly everything. There's loads of elites kicking about out here. There's, you know, pretty much everything is going to aggro you. There's no free lunches out in the sand biome, whereas the lush biome is a lot more beginner friendly. But you know, once you get flying, it doesn't really matter. You get flying, you just zip about. It's, you know, not a problem. But yeah, this will be the first time where you'll be able to fly and gather Elithium in quantity, which I think can only have detrimental effects on its overall price, which probably puts me in the mindset of either using a lot of the Elithium that I've got. I don't particularly feel too overly confident in having too much stock of Elithium, actually, because of that. I think on my main server, Elithium wise, I have about 20,000 Elithium, which I can burn through that pretty quickly. Rings and necks, I can cash in on rank 6 rings and necks the first couple of weeks and we'll be fine. I mean, or sell it back out. Yeah, I mean, I could admit defeat and take a small loss on it and sell it back out now if I wanted to, but I don't think I want to. Like I said, I never buy I never buy huge amounts of materials for this exact reason. That there are so many variables involved. And I think that when you do stockpiling of materials, you're taking such a gamble. And sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. And there's not really much control you have over the times you win and the times you lose. And so you're hoping to win more than you lose. But realistically, like, the only way that... Oh, Pog Essence. Pog Essence off a nest. Oh, well, that's source number 2. Pog Essence off a nest. Goddamn stupid nests. Right, well, we'll ignore that from the farming scenario. That's still, for reference, the only Pog Essence that we found. We've been farming for 22 minutes and we've not come across a single one. With flying and speed set. Price is not so much the issue, more quantity. Well, that's how it seems to feel at the moment, yeah, on many realms. And most crafters, if they're sensible, they get into that mindset anyway. You want to get into the mindset of not worrying so much about what the... Why have I got, oh, of course, this is a different character. You got to get into the mindset of, like, it doesn't matter what you have to pay to craft something. As long as you know that you can sell it quickly. As long as you can sell it quickly, you can reliably sell it at a profit. And if you sell it quickly, then it doesn't matter what it costs. This is why one of the biggest risks for me with crafted gear is crafting stuff and then not selling it for weeks. Because by the time you let, you know, every day that goes past that you don't sell a crafted item is another day where there's a strong chance that the material prices are going to dramatically change on it. Now, sometimes they change in your favour, but more often than not, they change not in your favour. Historically, materials only ever get cheaper. That's just how expansions work. We get a new influx of materials. When they're new and everybody needs them, they're expensive. And over time, they slowly but surely get cheaper and cheaper. So to dominate crafting and to make a lot of gold from crafting, you have to focus on turnover. You have to be pushing, selling your stuff as fast as you can. And the more you get into that habit, the more success you'll have with crafting. Take smaller margins, take smaller profits, but sell stuff faster. And overall, you will win far more frequently than you'll get, you know, caught up in something that isn't a win. Why are you Druid and not using Flight Form? Because Flight Form does not take advantage of the speed set. You can see up here, I'm flying at 520% speed. That's because I've got a full speed set on the go. If I'm to use Flight Form, I don't get the benefit of it. So even as weirdly, right, even as a Druid, it's still better for me to not use Flight Form when I've got a full speed set equipped. So yeah, if you choose to go full speed set zoom mode, get ready to dig out your Sky Golem as well. Oh, why do I keep aggroing everything? It's weird and it sucks. I hope it's a bug. I hope it's a bug because it does kind of, you know, remove the benefit of being a Druid, which is a nice, you know, it's a subtle advantage that's nice to have, but it's not really overpowered. It's one of the nice little advantages in the game. But yeah, so if I go into Flight Form, for example, I still only fly at 410 in Flight Form. But if I equip my Sky Golem, my speed set kicks in and I'm all of a sudden now 520. So yeah, it's that second and a half of actually mounting up is worth it to gain the extra speed. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody that's good at maths that will probably argue different, but it seems to work for me. I doubt it's a bug. Usually these buffs don't apply to Flight Form. It's the same as far back as Legion, but of course it would be nice. Oh, okay. You see, I don't play a Druid or farm anywhere near enough to know those things. That's a rich Pogor. I'm going to break my own rules and kill this thing just because it's a rich one. Paladin with 20% extra speed as well. True. That might make Paladin the new Biss, you know, for farming. Yeah. It's a good shout, that. DK's got the same. Yeah. Assuming that, of course, assuming that it's all additive bonuses that they stack. The wheelchair classes are the new farming metas. Hey, it's a good day for tanks. Okay, we're nearly half an hour in. And I'd like to point out, through half an hour, with farming, farming with flying, with speed set, so not super duper mega ultimate optimized, but about as optimal as you can get, we have still not even found a single Progenium essence. A Progenium Essentia, sorry, to give it its actual name. Now, sure, we've not picked up every node, but we've been trying to hit as many nodes as possible. That's been our goal. As little downtime as possible. Zooming about. Not a single essence through farming in half an hour. Now, have I just been unlucky? I don't know. But I've probably racked up now a couple of hours in total of farming on the PTR. And I still have only ever seen one Progenium ore through farming. That's not a fantastic drop rate. 100k an hour farming. Well, it's it creates a weird. Wow, that's a good place, isn't it? There's an elusive first flower and an elusive Progenium deposit right on top of each other. Don't mind if I do. We keep getting these inert Progenium ores as well, grey items from gathering, which is not something I think we've seen for a while. Which almost makes me wonder as if they're still placeholder items. You're just bad at farming, stick to crafting. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely will. I'm not doing this for my benefit. I'm doing this simply to find out roughly how many of them you can get, and roughly how much I'll be willing to pay for them. At this rate, I'll be paying 100k a Poggle. Oh, because, you know, in the first week or two, it'll be a case of you're not gonna have speed sets, you're not gonna have flying in the first couple of weeks, and equally there's not going to be the demand for them until people can create the bases. But at this rate, I've only got one through with stacking as many advantages as I can. I've only got one in like literally a couple of hours of farming. Meaning without all of these advantages, without flying, without the speed set, grounded, on foot, having to kill things as you go, you might go hours, literally hours, without seeing a single one of these Pog essences. And if that's the case, I will more than happily give somebody 100k for one, just so I don't have to go out and do it. Based on, you know, current levels of balance. If you only need 2 to make a legendary, yeah, I'll give somebody 100k for one early days. So that I don't have to do this myself. On foot. You know, 100k each, you only get one every couple of hours. 50k an hour farming. It's about the going rate, believe it or not. For when an expansion zone is new, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect 50k an hour through farming when a zone is new. $100k on the auction house, people will be willing to sell them for 30k for the fast cash. And that. The higher the initial price for any single item, the more incentive people will have. They'll just see dollar signs, right? They'll just see dollar signs in their eyes. They'll go and do their dailies in Zereth Mortis on a couple of characters, and they'll realise they've got 3 in their bags. And they'll be like, ooh, I'm rich. And then they'll look to sell them as fast as possible, because the money will be burning a hole in their pocket before they even begin. But yeah, on this premise right now, based on how that they are, based on the way they look right now, I'd pay 100k for a Pog Essence. Curious Collections. Salvaged Viperid Band. 236. Bind on pickup. Random gear off a rare. Off a treasure, sorry. Put it this way, 100k for a Pogor would make it 200k flat rate to craft a rank 7. Which is high. It's high for sure. But when there's a strong likelihood that it will be a seller's market. Like if it's like what I suspect it to be, that everybody will want at least 1 rank 7 all on the same day. Maybe some people out there will want 2 of them. You'd very quickly be in a situation where you can price them for whatever the fucking hell you want. There'll be somebody out there willing to buy it. I don't know. I will collate my thoughts on the rarity of this thing over the weekend and come back on Monday with something more constructive than just, you know, thoughts. So this Pog Essence isn't for crafting the base items, it's just for making them into equipable Legos. Yeah? It's exactly the same as a Korthite Crystal, just for a different item. It works in the exact same way a Korthite Crystal works. I don't think the Unity memory will be available at the same time as rank 7s. No, that's true actually. That is true. Because the Unity, although it depends just how long it takes to get. It depends how long it is before the campaign, before we actually get rank 7s. Because the way that it looks now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Crown of Wills is the 6th chapter. Which will mean that it's you get the first 3 chapters to begin with. It potentially is going to be the 3rd reset of 9.2 before we get access to the rank 7 base items. So there's going to be a 3-week window for people to get reputation. It's almost the same price as rank 6 at launch. 40 times 2,200 each. Yeah. Yeah, we were paying $2,000 a piece for Korthite crystals. Quite comfortably in many cases at the beginning. I think I might just keep, like, well, I mean, I will, we'll see. But I might just keep going until I get a Pog Essence through farming. We're in 37 minutes yet. So, 37 minutes of farming now, and we haven't got one yet. Because people will get access to the Unity memory once they hit Revered. Yeah, so they'll be able to craft their rank 7 Unity in theory soon as they hit Revered. If they can get Revered in 3 weeks, then it will coincide quite nicely with the time when crafters will unlock the ability to make rank 7 base items. So it literally might all happen like pretty much on the same day. And the likelihood is that, you know, it will be a week or 10 days before that happens when people will get to Honoured and get the new Crafter's Mark gear. The Crafter's Mark gear will probably hoover up a lot of the early cheap Pog Essences. Because let's not forget, you need a single Pog Essence to make a Crafter's Mark of the... Are they called Crafter's Mark of the Eternal? They're not called Crafter's Mark of the Eternal, are they? That's what I always call them. That's not what they're called, though. Crafter's Mark are the first ones. You know, the big item level, new Crafter's Mark, unique equipped piece of gear. You need a Pog Essence for each one of those. That's going to make that gear outrageously expensive as well. That's one factor to consider, actually. That it's not just going to be legendary crafters that want these things. Anybody that's ever bought a 230 item level piece of gear right now, or anybody that's ever crafted 230 item level gear right now, the equivalent in 9.2 is going to cause you to fight for the same materials that those super mega rich goblins are also fighting for. Have fun with that. Have fun with that. Because those super mega rich goblins that want to be crafting their legendaries are not going to let you have any of them very easily. Shh, don't tell them. It's a secret. Stupid bird. Now he's dismounted me. Now you're gonna get slapped. Do a comparison if you care. 1 hour of farming, herbling and mining. Herbling? I've made a word. Herbalism and mining. Or 1 hour hunting the rares. I mean, it's a bit difficult to simulate rare hunting on the PTR, since the way that it will probably work when the game goes live is that there will be stacks of people, especially if the rep grind, if you can get reputation from killing rares, I shit you not, there'll be people camping every single rare in the first couple of weeks. You'll never have any problems with killing the rares because there'll be people camping waiting for their respawns. And there'll always be somebody killing it. Which means that you basically zerg down the rares. I can't quite so easily do that on the PTR. I have to solo them in most cases. Do I have another 2 tiers of double stack gears? You do, yeah. Or presumably you will. Let's make the assumption that it works in the same way. I still don't truly think that the double stacked secondaries on that gear was an intended thing anyway. I think it's just I think it's almost a bug that just hasn't been addressed. Did you have a Mage Tower TSM group, by the way? I didn't know. For the most part, it was all in... I have, well, every single crafted item in the game, I have already grouped up and organised and, you know, categorised. So they're all kind of part... You could undo half of that and reconfigure it all for the purpose of time walking, but I didn't see it necessary. What I didn't have, though, is my groups for crafted items are set up on a base item structure. So the crafter's the crafted gladiator gear, you'd probably want to regroup that based on item level anyway. So actually thinking about it, my pre-made groups for old expansion stuff are probably not actually all that suitable for time walking. But no, I didn't do anything specific for time walking. Is it just me, or is there a huge amount of flying enemies in the zone? Almost feels like a deliberate choice to combat bot mining, since you need to duck and weave to avoid aggro. The zone appears at this point at least to be quite good for, yeah, for that purpose. There's plenty enough. See, this is why all of the bots tend to love Bastion. Because nothing ever aggroes you. It's really easy to gather in Bastion because you never have to pull aggro ever, which means it's one less thing for a bot to deal with. It's easy. And it's obviously the first zone in the game, which means people get instant access to it, but yeah, we'll have to see how the botting side of things go, because this also might be, and now as much as I hate to admit it, this might be a reason why Blizzard wants us to unlock flying all the time. Because as much as we hate to admit it, having to unlock flying does do its part in bot prevention. The fact that a bot cannot just create a brand new account and instantly be able to just run out and fly around a zone and gather shit. They would often need to unlock it before they can do that. Which, if they're consistently getting accounts banned and having to create new Battle.net accounts to make new bot accounts, that's not something they're going to do every time. This is another one of those kind of like sort of unwritten, unspoken sides of game development, I think. Because they don't want to actively come out and tell the bots that they don't want to tell the player base that they're making it gross that we have to unlock flying every single patch as a preventative way just for bots. But I wouldn't be surprised if it at least came up in conversation that, well, how do we prevent there being huge surges of bots? Or how do we make the game less attractive to those bots in the first place? Well, how about we make it so that you have to learn how to fly again every patch? So that there's a huge barrier to entry for bots, but not really a huge barrier to entry to regular players. Because most players, they unlock flying, and they're not in any concern of having their account banned and that privilege being taken away from them. Bots, on the other hand, want their accounts to be as disposable as humanly possible. Because they know the day will come where they get banned and they have to make them again. And the quicker they can make them again and get up and running again, the quicker they can start printing money. It's not just one less thing to deal with, because programming to kill a mob isn't that hard, but also having to stop and kill 1 to 5 mobs takes ages and rewards virtually nothing. Yeah. Yeah, you forget that just how they will... a bot, for example, because it doesn't have to worry so much about time, somebody running a bot is going to be concerned about very different things to what most people are concerned about. They're concerned not so much about how long it takes them to get each node. They're concerned about things exactly like that. How much downtime do I have between each node that I can get? If I have to stop and kill a bunch of stuff, there's a, that's maybe not so much of an issue, but it hugely reduces the efficiency of that account. And when that account is running 24 hours a day, in some cases, that starts to have a very, very large impact on the efficiency. And if it gets to a point where the efficiency is not good enough, then it becomes far more risky to do it in the first place, which is, the goal of Blizzard, really, or it should be the goal of Blizzard. They want to try and create a system that is, good for the actual real people playing the game, but naturally gross for a bot to try and do. We are 47 minutes in and we still have not found a single Progenium ore through farming. I mean, one thing that I've thought that could also be very easily implemented by Blizzard, but very difficult to track by the players, is if they had some internal cooldown on acquiring. I mean, I'm sure you'd probably be able to find it if you dug through the game code. But they could have it such as there be some sort of internal cooldown on picking up one of these things to limit the amount of them that any person can get. Sort of like how the loot bags work with the covenants, the conduits. Sorry, if you spec into the right thing with your conduits, you get the. I mean, I get the what they call nature's gifts or something. Bags that contain loot, which are not very well advertised, but they are absolutely clearly on some sort of cooldown. They are very clearly a internal cooldown thing, meaning you get your first one after killing like literally only a couple of mobs. Then you might go like literally 45 minutes before you get another one. The Archivist currency is something similar. Yeah, you can get 5, currency tokens pretty quickly, but then after that you hit like some internal diminishing returns on them, making them far more difficult to acquire. They could do the same very easily with something like the Progenium essences. Sorry, Progenium Essentia, I think is what they're called, aren't they? I can't remember what their real name is. Pog Essence. I still think the name's going to change, by the way. I'm almost convinced they're going to change the name again. Progenitor Essentia is such a dumb name for a material. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's this thing by the tarantula. Nah, ignore it. Yeah, see, this is an example, right? This area of the map, there's quite a lot of stuff to pick up, but you're going to have to fight your way to get it. Can I get this one without aggroing that wormy thing? Just about. A lush first flower. 4. Yippee-ki-yay. Open up suggestion box, make it Pog Essence. It should just be Pog Essence, shouldn't it? That's what I've called it since day one. And I will probably continue to call it that. I'm not doing with all. I mean, Progenium or Progenitor Essentia. First flower we can live with. I can live with first flower. That's fine. Nope. Nope. Ooh, a treasure, look. Cipher-bound chest. Hiding in the corner. Actually, hiding behind the massive great big gate. I thought that was a gate, and it's not a gate. Because it doesn't lead anywhere, because you can get behind it, look. It's just a big gravestone, look. That's all that is. Monumental gravestone. Yeah, I made the mistake of trying to pronounce it in a video. See, only when you exactly need to pronounce it right, it will come it will come up and catch you. You'll end up swallowing your words and sounding like an idiot, and then you got to retake the video, or you just got to live with it. One of the two. Basically means ancestral essence, doesn't it? I have no idea. Progenitor I always consider to be something, yeah, something old, something ancient. I don't really know. Do I look like a walking dictionary? Don't answer that. Oh, I'm not fighting for a Death Blossom. That's not happening. Pog Essence sounds good to me. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Pog Essence will do. Why not just call it Ancestral Essence? Well, it's not even Essence, it's Essentia. I mean, that just sounds made up. Sounds like they're trying to be sort of like ancient Greek or something about it. This is the essence of Zeus's butthole. I don't know, just pick a proper name for it, Blizzard, really. This is very high up for a treasure. Oh, look. Cheeky treasure. Another cipher-bound chest. Essence of Zeus ass. Yeah, exactly. We can call it whatever we want. You people are so educated, I just keep hearing a poor janitor. Yeah. Unlucky janitors. Essentia means essence, being, existence. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's them just trying to come up with a fancy word for essence then, isn't it? I guess it has to have a fancy name because it's legendary in quality. And at this rate, incredibly fucking rare. Jesus. "75 rep with the enlightened, up to exalted reputation. Teachings of the elder." Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Random rep tokens from treasures. Oh god. The rep grind is getting even more gross. That's another reason for me to not bother. If you can get a finite amount of reputation a day, I'll work out what I need to do that, and I'll do it daily. If it's going to be completely batshit crazy level random like this, like you might get reputation for killing rares. It's safe to say I'm not gonna compete in the race. Nope. Nope. Gross rep grind means mega profits. I mean, it does. I mean, if you want to do it on one character and devote your first, you know, your first 3 weeks doing nothing but playing a single character running around Zereth Mortis 12 hours a day, killing rares and looting treasures, then you might have, you might be able to reap the rewards for a day or two, a head start on everybody else. Protoflora Harvester? What's this? It's a cosmetic item. Kill this stupid pigeon and then we'll have a look. Soulbound, held in offhand. It's I mean it's a little jar. Okay. That's quite anticlimactic. But, I mean, it's a thing. It's a transmog. Soulbound, though, so, you know. From a treasure. Oh, my days. We're nearly an hour in. We're nearly an hour deep and we still haven't got one. That does not bode well. That does not bode well. Because you would kind of want, if they're going to be, see, you need some quantity of reliability with a material like this. And the less frequent you make a material available to somebody, the greater variancy you'll see in its price. Because somebody will get one in 3 minutes, not have any idea about its actual true value, and then just, you know, they'll just sell it for as much as they can physically get for it. Yet then will be people that will actively be farming these things, and it becomes kind of like playing the lottery again. You might do an entire hour's worth of farming and not see a single one. I don't know if I like that. It makes the entire market super volatile. Which, when you're risking what will ultimately be hundreds of thousands of gold on crafting an item, you don't want a situation where somebody might just get lucky and get 2 of them in 20 minutes and craft a legendary and consider it a win. Or do we think that, I suppose that's not even an option, is it? Considering like literally less than 1% of the player base can even craft the legendaries. The same people crafting the legendaries are not the same people that are out there farming them. Because as soon as you start crafting the legendaries, you very quickly realise that you are not farming the materials yourself. That is a crazy person idea. I have a sneaky feeling my stock of Sky Golems is going to sell out. Hey, it'll be about time. Be about time. We've been expecting a spike in sales of Sky Golems for the entire expansion. Want to buy gold calculated farming time to get all ranks up to 4 with self-farmed materials? Yeah, and it was something like 2,000 hours. I remember him doing it, and that was just leatherworking, by the way. that was just leatherworking. It's before you consider the other professions. Oh, boo! That was a mistake. Now I have a problem on my hands. I've pulled an elite that's going to take me hours to kill. $2,000 hours, rookie numbers, yeah. Shadow Mound. It's a very good point. It's a very good point. I forget I have fancy abilities. It's even on my bars, look. It's even on my bars. That's how prepared I am. If you wanted to level 1 leatherworking legendary now, which slot would it be? I mean, if you only had the ability to level 1, I wouldn't suggest you do it, is the honest answer. I just wouldn't suggest you do it. You're literally putting a lot. Yeah. I just wouldn't suggest doing it. I know that's not the answer you were looking for, but it's the actual answer. If you're not in a position to actually be comfortably able to craft multiple of the different items, the risk is exponentially higher. You're putting because ultimately you're putting a hell of a large investment and you're risking it all, and if you've only got the ability to craft 1 of them, you're investing a considerable amount of your total wealth in 1 item. You literally can't do anything riskier than that. Because all it takes is for that 1 item to then not be profitable, and you're fucked. You have to diversify with legendaries, especially at this point in the game. You have to be able to diversify, otherwise it's super duper mega risky. Can't eat half a gold cap, too bad. It sounds horrible. It does sound horrible, but it is the truth. It's the entire legendary crafting system is one that is built upon the premise of that it's incredibly expensive. It's incredibly expensive. And this is why when I tell people just how much gold you need to get into the legendary market, I throw out some big numbers. But those numbers are based on maths. They're only big numbers because they are big numbers. They're big, scary numbers. But it's a big risk with a big reward. But the only way you can mitigate that risk is by crafting multiple of them and not just a single one. We're now going into the very last patch of the expansion. You don't have that much time to recoup errors. If you craft into something and it turns out to be a dud, you don't really have much time to recuperate that. And if you then, for example, you know, craft into 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or even say all 8 of a single legendary, the likelihood is that more of them will win than you will lose on, which is why the risk is mitigated heavily when you do it at scale. This is like, look at it from a real world example, right? If you, in the real world, if you have just enough money to buy, you're good with your own finances, but you have just enough money to buy a house. You can then buy a house to, you know, as an investment, to rent that house out. You can invest into property, but that's super risky because you're putting all your money in one house. What if you can't find a tenant for that one house? What if in 6 months' time the roof blows off the top of that house? You're fucked. You're absolutely donezo. But look at it from the perspective, if you have the money to buy 10 houses, the risk is dramatically less. Because you know that you'll make, even if you take some losses on some of those houses, you'll probably be able to make enough of a profit on the others to make sure that worst case scenario you break even. And this is how rich people get richer, by diversifying what they invest in. It is never advised to put all your eggs in one basket. And just the simple approach of thinking at it from like a real life investment to a house instead of a, you know, a virtual crafted item in a game can hopefully, you know, describe the difference. Doesn't travel form work in the zone? I mean, it does. If you look at my speed though, I only have 410 speed when I'm in druid form. If I use my sky golem, because I've got a full speed set on, I can go faster. More faster. Although it doesn't make any difference at the moment, because we've still been doing this for over an hour and still haven't got a single Pog Essence. So it's pretty wild. That comparison reminds me of a certain TikTok video. I don't spend enough time on TikTok. The highest sellers have gone weeks being unprofitable. It sucks if you can't diversify. Yeah. I know it often can come across as like almost gatekeeping when I talk about legendaries. And if anything, it's the exact opposite. I try to be as realistic as possible with people when I try and explain to them just how much gold you can make from the legendaries, but also how much of a ridiculous amount of gold it takes to get up and running. if you take a big risk, you can get a massive reward. But it doesn't balance itself out to a way that you can you can't just invest a little bit, because that's just not how it works. You either need to go all in, or the safer option would be to not bother. I think I'm going to call it on the farming, though. We've done over an hour's worth of farming, and we've not had a single Bajunium essence. We got one from a treasure box, and we already had one in our bags. So these two don't really count. Over an hour's worth of farming, with a speed set, with flying, and we still haven't got one of these things. Here's to hoping that there are changes afoot. Drop rate on this will change for sure. I mean, they've got to do something with it. They've got to do something with it. This will just be, it'll be absolute chaos if it stays this way. It'll be actual chaos. I mean, because you'll have big servers out there where there just won't be any at this rate, because the second they appear on the auction house, they'll just get sniped up by somebody at virtually whatever price. So yeah, it's some juicy chaos. Well, often within the chaos, there's lots of profit. So there is a plus side, but yeah. Well, as it stands at the moment, the new Vestige requires 2 of these, so you're gonna need 2 of them. Yeah, one of them if you want to be creating the catch-up gear. They'll just get mass migrated from low pop servers like Korthite crystals do. Maybe. But I think I'm going to leave it there, though, boys and girls. It's food time for me. I'm hungry, and I think we've done our fair amount of exploration today. We didn't find out, you know, too much more than what we already knew, other than an entire hour's worth of farming, and we still weren't able to get a Pog Essence. So, but I'll love you and leave you for today, then, boys and girls, and equally for the weekend. We'll be back on Monday. There are some videos already scheduled to go out over the next few days, so if you've not been able to keep up with the streams recently, don't worry. I'm taking some of the best bits, some of the highlights, some of the discussion points, some of the topics of conversation from the streams, making sure I get those up on YouTube so people can keep up with what's going on. But have a good weekend, boys and girls. Make yourself lots of gold, relax, chill out, do what you need to do, have fun, and I'll see you all on Monday. Peace.